Welcome to the Condor DM show. Tonight is another off script. These are guaranteed every Tuesday, and this is the Tuesday night off script. And off script means there's like nothing planned exactly. A lot of off hook conversations. We'll talk a bit about combat and tabletop role playing games tonight. Somebody asked me, when do I press to go live? Like, do I wait till I'm ready? And I'm like, what does ready even mean? I'm like, you're never ready. There's never a moment when you're exactly ready. You could think you're ready, but you're never ready. You're never ready. Everything is sort of rough coming out of the gate. It's like there's a hump you got to go through and get over, right? And it's like when I press live, I don't pretend that I have to be ready. It's like, okay, I'm going to go live, and hopefully in like 10, 15 minutes, I'm in a zone. So we're going to talk a bit about combat later in tabletop role-playing games. I started a conversation with some people definitely talking about it, which has to do with story related stuff, storytelling and Dungeons and Dragons. And I definitely want to make a few comments because I got people coming at me about that. And I don't like a certain approach to the whole topic. Like it's always the two extremes, right? Either somebody agrees with me as it's the way they perceive what I'm saying, as if I'm completely against the idea of any story related stuff with D&D, or they come at it from the other side. It's all story and everything else, and I'm like, well, this is where I wish more people would pay attention to what you say, instead of listening to it and then assuming things, even though you have clarified your position many times in detail. Look, I'm sympathetic to the way people view this. I am. But here, I'll tell you the truth. I think there is a middle ground, and that's what I fight for. So if you think I'm on the extreme end of the concept of story means nothing to me, you'd be wrong, right? But if you're on the other end thinking story is so important that many, outrageous things can be justified by it, well, and that I'm completely against all story and every element on top of that, like it's no. Here's my honest. I'm explaining it again, but I've already explained it. I'm a middle ground type of guy. I'm okay with the idea of an interesting story emerging. And I always say this, and people listen to what I say. We're not storytelling with D&D. And I don't say that to attack people that like to care about story related things with Dungeons and Dragons. I say we're not storytelling because storytelling expects a lot, not just from the person running the game, but players. And there is an expectation that just is not met in D&D. That's why games like Pendragon exist. I tell people it's not that I'm opposed to storytelling elements. And I always mention there are storytelling elements that are part of the game. Right? I always point that out. My issue with calling what we do storytelling, first off, it's not true. That's why Pendragon does exist, because that's an actual attempt at storytelling with a tabletop role-playing game. I always point out that we're using these elements, but we're not storytelling, because calling what we're doing storytelling when we're not, for a lot of people, and I mean for a lot of people, ends up being used in terrible ways to justify things, to have an agenda. And so what I realized is by calling what we're doing storytelling, or really focusing on story, becomes a negative element to what we do. And then I'll have people that will come along and say other things to me that just hold no water. Like one guy recently said to me, well, we focus more on mechanics and story, so we're getting away from narrative. That's a complete lie. You go to like 95 to 99% of games, especially with D&D, outside of, say, the old school especially, and you'll notice there is the rule of cool. to avoid challenges, and this is with the vast majority of games. There is storytelling to justify no character death, like to avoid character death. That's most games. That's not some. That's not just 51%. That's like 95 to 99%. Right? So this argument is used in terrible ways. I say, at the end of the day, we are playing a game, not the mechanics, but this is a game that uses elements of storytelling, acting, and you would call it sort of like some board game elements. They mix in to a single package to make a unique game, and we are playing the game. I say, if my argument always is, if we just focus on all the elements that are part of the experience, then that's what we're looking for. And we're not looking for what story emerges as much as we are looking for a great experience as the people participating at the table. Like, we're looking to have a great experience where we escape the real world, and it is really our experience in the game, during the gaming session, that is most important. That's why I say, if we just do what the game is about and all elements, like we go to social interaction with the characters, right? Well, that's important. I say it's important all the time. I'm a middle ground type of person, but I realize when we focus on just one side of what we're doing, say just a story or even just the mechanics, it gets to an extreme where we see people with agendas and bullshit that they're pushing. I go, a story emerges, but we shouldn't have to focus on that, because we're really focused on what we're doing during the gaming session to have a good experience for the people participating. So it's like, look, dude, even if we do everything right, it doesn't mean every type of story that would emerge from a session is going to be great for the person reading in, right? It could be fun for the people participating, while it's not fun for the people checking it out. And I always say that's first off, the main focus is the people participating, not the onlooker, right? So it's like, look, if you stick too much to the board game, you'll skip social interaction, right? And social interaction comes a bit with performance and liking how things are going for the characters and for your experience at the table. Social interaction is first, in a D&D game, performance. Second, it is character development, right? So there's elements of acting and narrative right there. But we're worried about the experience. So are we having fun performing? Is the development of the character letting you connect to your character more? So you have a better connection to the game through your character, better connection to the world, better connection to the experience through your character. That's the aim. It's to connect with the experience, not with worrying about a story being told. Right? It's about, I want to drill this. It's about the experience at the table. So is developing a character, that bit from storytelling that we're borrowing, even though we're not storytellers, but we're borrowing like pieces of storytelling, that narrative bit to develop the character, does that help you connect to the character, connect more to the world through the character, and enhance your experience? Because that is the main aim, not the story that comes afterwards. Your experience at the table. If your experience at the table is boring, but we could tell a great story afterwards, you have lost the fucking plot of what we're doing. So to me, the story that emerges, I hope it's good, but it is secondary, and I say it's almost meaningless. See, the story, we're not storytellers, but we're borrowing elements of storytelling. That would be like, say, developing a character. We're borrowing elements of acting or drama class. That's performing in that social interaction and many things that you're doing throughout the game. And then is there an element of sort of board gaming? Like an element, not the whole thing. We're not just playing just a board game. We're borrowing an element from it that might have to do with combat and other technical things we're doing, tactical things. All these things come together to make a unique game, and we don't just story tell, we don't just do drama class, and we don't just do a pure board game. And so all these elements are pieces that come together to make a tabletop role-playing game, which is unique away from storytelling. It's unique away from drama class. It's unique away from a pure board game. I appreciate that, AJ. I'm sympathetic to people that come to me and tell me it's about this or about that. I'm like, look, I meet more in the middle. It's just a lot of people hear my words and they assume a lot of things I mean something. I'm like, the focus just on story is to say you're focusing away from these things. So I like the idea that it's all about your experience at the table. I try to tell people this all the time. I really mean it, though. It really is about what we're doing. That time doesn't mean it. If you tell me a good story, but your session was boring, I think you've lost the plot. We do a little bit of performance. We care about the narrative to a point to develop the character so we can connect to the character, connect to the world. That's for the experience, not for the story afterwards, for your in live game experience. You feel more connected to a character, you'll have a better time. You're deeper in your imagination, you're deeper there. It's just so many people will use anything I say. And if you see people with an agenda on the extreme end, story matters more. No, but they might think I'm opposed to that. Or a board game element matters more. No, we're just using pieces. This is unique. And I say Pendragon wouldn't need to exist, right? Because that's an aim for storytelling. If we did that with almost every game, we don't. That's a unique game that just says we're going to focus on storytelling. That's actual storytelling. And what I say to the players, if you want to get into storytelling, do you know you can't just, there's a lot of casual things you're doing during D&D because it's a game. It's a game with all these elements. If you go into storytelling, now every line of dialogue is something you got to overly focus on. Now your experience in Pendragon, your experience is secondary to telling a story. So no matter how good or fun you're having, it almost means nothing. Even like say Castle Falkenstein, we could be playing and you start joking at a character and you're all having fun. The game tells me, as a game master of that game, I have to cut off your personal experience fun and get you to focus, really drill on you to focus back to the proper dialogue. Like I can't just casually let you joke around. The game even orders me as a game master to make sure that's a thing. Why Castle Falkenstein is a storytelling game. In D&D, you could joke around with your characters. You can freely say what you want because we're focused on the experience and you having a good time. In Castle Falkenstein, your not story actually overrides your personal experience. Now, if you tell me you want to do storytelling, I'm like, that's what it is to focus on storytelling. You got to focus on it if you're serious. And if you don't do that, you're not telling a story. You're playing a game. To me, there's nothing wrong with that. I just try to tell people, I think there's the word story is poisons the dialogue. It just does. So many people either use it for dismissing it, which is the worst thing. So we're anti-story. That means they want to do nothing but tactical gaming. No, dude, wrong. I'm not with you. Or story, I want to ignore the experience and I want to make sure we're focused on, well, story, but for usually bad reasons, to avoid a challenge, to avoid character death, or even in some cases, to play the game very poorly. But with the justification, I played poorly, but it moved the story along. So there you go. I'm always good at, like, I want to spark a conversation, but you have to watch how you talk to people here and make drill points. Like sometimes I find, AJ, you got to piss people off because we've been having this conversation for 20 or 30 years. And what happens when you're just soft pedal, when you got people with agendas? They will stomp on your fairness. And what happens? That means the conversation goes nowhere. And they've stomped on the fairness of speakers for 30 years and it's almost like they hold it in a cage. They take the conversation and they own it. And any fair-minded person that is not willing to cheat, like the agenda pusher, that's it. They've walked away the conversation. And that means the conversation on this is not honest and it doesn't progress. So you can go back 30 years and you'll find the conversation a story. And you'll notice that even though the conversation should have progressed by now, there should be a middle ground focused on. We should be at that point in the conversation. Why are we not? Why do I have to come out here and be crucified for taking a position where we should already be there? Like, the conversation is decades old. There's no way after 30 years I should just be coming out with this. We should already be here. Middle ground should have already been approached. That part of the conversation should have been progressed to this point. Why is it not? It's because people with agendas in the hobby, they have the loudest voices, and they stomp on fair people that try to take a soft spin, like they're trying to be honest. They'll stomp on that. They control the conversation. You do not progress it. So what I find after 30 years, I have to come here and play the bad guy. I have to get a lot of people mad at me. And what will happen to me, AJ? Over me saying things they don't want to hear, people will lie about me. People will try to destroy my reputation on here. People, and this is all over just some simple game talk, AJ. And you know they do this. It's not a joke. They go to the fucking extremes on this stuff. They will absolutely try to fucking destroy you as a human being, just because you're pushing back against loud voices that have an agenda, that have owned the dialogue for so long, that the idea of them losing that control over the conversation frightens them. They will stomp you out for it. So I have to come here and be attacked, have reputation destruction, lose the chance of having more people support me, subscribe to the channel, support my work. Any value I bring to this will be overlooked. People will hate me, and the hate will be easy. I'll be dismissed. That's the character destruction, character assassination. Because if they can't argue with what you're saying, what they'll simply do, if they can't really debate you, they'll destroy your character. The point is gathering with friends and having a good time. That's how it's so simple, but in a way, a lot of people in the hobby don't make it that simple. And I get that there's individuals out there, and you get this, AJ. I'm not talking to people there's a minority of people that do this right. So they'll come across, and if they don't have much experience in the hobby, they think just everybody's doing what they do. I'm like, dude, I get it. You're having a good time. There's no need to hear what I'm saying, right? I totally get it. It's a lot. There's that small percentage still makes up a lot of people. That's still a high number of people, but it's still like 10% of the hobby. The other 90% are completely poisoned by bad dialogue, and new people coming in more often run into the bullshit than they do into people that run this in a normal, good, decent way. The experience at the table matters more. The session, the experience, escapism. A lot of people just get it. I try to tell people too in much of my content, I'm not against people that get it like me. I'm with you. So if I say what sounds right to you, that's good. But I ask people like that, look outside of your own situation. Like, stop assuming that everybody is having your experience. Because when you finally stop and you go to the wider hobby, you realize they're not. And then there's nobody pushing back against certain ideas. Many people come in and fall into the rot rather than coming in to have your good experience. And then if you ever step out into the wider world of the hobby to recruit or game with other people, I've seen people that play pretty decently for like decades. And they're like, man, you know what? Finally, my players left. I'm going to go online and recruit. And I'm like, okay. And they think that everybody in the hobby is like that. They don't realize what I've been saying is true. They don't realize it. Their friends and them have certain experience. They think that just everybody does. Like, okay. Then they go to recruit. like on an online game or something, or even in person, putting out in classifieds to recruit people. And it blows their minds. Like, people seem insane to them. They come up like, why are people behaving? No, we just want the experience. Dude, what are you freaking out about? They don't know what they've walked into. And I'm like, yeah, let me guess, you're one of the guys that was coming by listening to my videos thinking I'm crazy, right? Yeah. And now that you walk out and you meet the other 90%, you're realizing I wasn't saying all this for no reason. Dude, I'm saying this because I get out to the wider group and I see the issues. I'm not just in a bubble at home, nothing personal. I don't care if you're in your bubble. It's good. Like, go play with your friends. But I'm not in that bubble. I'm a public game master. I got to get out and hear all the opinions, not from a few, but from the vast majority of people. And the way they expect to play the game will not be like you and your home group. And if you run into the wider world of the hobby, you just start realizing, wow, it's like, there's so many guys, AJ, that play with their home group, watch me for a few years, thought I was full of shit. Thought I was completely full of it. They finally went and opened up. Now they come to me a few years later and go, man, you were right about everything. Yeah, of course I was. And some YouTubers, they play with their home group and still just talk amongst certain YouTubers, and they still remain in a bubble. Like, they still do, like, they're on here and they're still in a bubble. I'm like, guys, look, amongst you YouTubers, you're all at home guys, right? Because most of the, say, old school YouTubers here are all guys that play with their friends at home. They're all part of that 10%. Like, okay, you guys are talking amongst each other. You play with your friends. Here, just go randomly recruit from the wider public of people, because most people coming into the hobby don't have a friend group. They don't have a that's what most old school guys didn't realize even back in the 80s. I'm like, I noticed it with TSR back when I started in 87, because I'm part of a gaming club at the time. And I came into it realizing, man, there's very few people at home. Like 90% of the people entering the hobby are these antisocial nerds that don't have friends or family at home. And this is the vast majority of people. And I'm like realizing the hobby gets held up by public game masters like me, because I got to get out there and just go through people. And they are desperate for gaming. But they 90% of people do not have a built-in friend group or family that plays at home. And that was true in the 80s, was true in the 90s, true in the early 2000s, true even now, right? I would run to them, and in that world, it's completely different. The dialogue, the conversation, how people play, how people expect things. And I look at the at-home game where I'll be like, okay, everybody at home, you got to face the challenges and the experience matters. Yeah. Okay. I want to take your way of gaming and get these people to play it too. And they'd be like, well, aren't they just doing it? Like the story thing with WotC, that starts with 3rd edition. Most old school guys forget that. Like, that whole argument and that avoid character death, avoid the challenge of the game with the rule cool, piss poor play, but excused because it moves the story along. I'm like, hey, with your home group, would you accept any of that? They're like, no. I'm like, you expect people to play well in your home group, right? At least try. Yeah. You don't let people do a rule of cool to overcome the challenge, right? Right. If your friends are playing a character and the character dies, you make that a thing, right? Yeah. That's not the rest. See, that's bullshit too. I'm going to push back on you right there. So remember, if you followed me long enough, AJ, first off, before anything, I did 3 campaigns and 70. You know how long I've been here, which is almost 15 years doing YouTube. So some of your friends have, I'm going to call you out on this. Some of your friends have reported my channel in the past for lies, and I couldn't communicate with YouTube and got me strikes on my channels over lies, and then got my channels deleted that had 70 to 100 sessions. easily live plays, actual plays on them. So I have a whole history of doing that. But in reality, I say this: if you're experienced at gaming and I talk and I know what the fuck I'm talking about, you'll know or not know. So it was like I put out live plays. So it's like, I don't care what that proves to anyone. I'm going to talk. If you're a game master and you hear me speak, either I know what the fuck I'm talking about based on how I talk, or I don't, and you'll know. I don't need to put a fucking actual play up to prove it. I will fucking speak. You will know if I know what the fuck I'm talking about or not. You got to put a live play up. Want to know how many fucking guys put a live play up and they actually suck fucking dick at gaming? And I mean, most of the guys that think they're good. Some guys with big channels too. Like, I didn't even want to mention names because I'll start picking. I think like I put up my sessions, people knew I was good. And then I see guys, I won't say their channel names, but I mean, like, we use the first name like Luke. Go watch a session. Like, that guy's mediocre as shit. What the fuck? Why are people praising him? And then you go into his opinions and they're all like fucking basic shit. I'm just like, dude, okay. So I've learned this, AJ. The whole put up or shut up on live plays, completely bullshit. Completely bullshit. To me, look, people that do this will either know you know, or they'll be able to feel that you don't. Right? So, like, yeah. And most people I know that play with me because of the fucking lies and character assassination that people do on me on here, most people that I know that are friends of mine in person, they know I'm completely normal, and they think almost every one of my haters are people that need therapy. Right? But they know there's just a weird backwards way of behaving on YouTube that's not normal to normal life that is accepted on here. It's not accepted in real life, but it's accepted on here. And it's like, they don't want the heat. And what happens if I do anything on here? People get attacked. I've had my family messaged. So yeah, to tell a person like me, put a live play up or not, it's like, yeah, well, I don't want my friends getting threats. So that's one part of it. The other part is I think it's bullshit. I think this. I've had so many guys come to me. I'm like, look, I've done this since 1991. I've ran over 10,000 gaming sessions, and most guys that are going to talk to you haven't ran 1,000. When I give you advice on here, you will take it back to the table. I guarantee I don't talk up my ass. It will work. They'll give you some vague fucking opinion about how to do this. You'll get back to the table and go, well, I sort of get the principle, but I didn't even know where to start. Where I can go every step. Like, there's a world building thing with sandboxing and adventure building. Go listen to that video I put up recently. That's step by step what to do, and it works, and I've done it. Most other guys will try to do world building streams or videos. They can't explain to you step 1 to step 10. They give you vague things, and they're not even verbally sure exactly how it works for them. They can barely understand how it works for them. They can barely even explain it to you. And most guys here that are content creators are so used to implying about how great they are that giving you advice is secondary to them boosting up their egos. So when you ask them for advice, they're not concerned with helping you as much as concerned with saying how great they are. And not directly, but it's a lot of implication. So you'll hear a guy trying to give you world advice, but what he's doing, he's barely giving you anything. He's giving vague, but all the vague statements are there making him sound like he's a fucking great game master. And if he has other people on with him, they'll blow smoke up his ass too. So I'm like, what do you get out of that? And these are guys that sometimes do live plays. And most of the live plays I see on here are terrible when I'm told they're great. I'm like, so that guy gets credibility for putting up a live play, right? Yeah. I watch it and I'm like, well, if we're going to say shit gaming is good, then where's the standard? Slow, mediocre, a lot of trash. In my opinion, I'm just telling you my honest opinion. I'm not trying to attack people. I'm not going to say names, but most of the fucking sessions I'm told are good are mediocre as shit, and are guys that are not good at this. They're not good at performing. They're not good at running the game. Yet I'll see them get praised, and then the next thing you know, they start getting thousands of fucking people following them. I'm like, you're following him because you think he's running great sessions, right? Well, that's mediocre. He's actually not that good at it. But you don't know the difference, do you? And the audience doesn't know the difference. The audience can barely judge what's good or bad. Most of them, a lot of them play bad games. So I'm like, I'll see a guy who I would deem as running a game at the top of a molehill. And like, the problem is most of the audience doesn't even know what the game is like at the top of the mountain. They don't even know what to compare something to. I'm like, so you guys are all praising something that's not good because you don't even know there's better. You think this is it. So that type of, I just got to push back on you there just a bit, because I think the whole live game thing has completely failed as far as giving people fake credibility when you're putting up not good stuff. And then even worse is when somebody comes along and they don't have a group just to put a live play up because their players don't want to have their lives threatened, especially with a guy like me. I get so much heat and haters. People don't want to be chased down. They don't want to have to put up with the heat. And remember, the games are not for the audience. Fuck the audience on that one. The games are for your personal experience, not for the onlooker, right? So a game to the onlooker can look bad and be great for players because they're leaned over. They're not speaking on time. They're not speaking to keep you interested. They're in their imagination. They only talk when it matters. I don't actually agree with that either. There's a part of me that says, you know, when you've had a good night is when players can't talk about it no more. Like, I've wiped players out where they're so involved in the session, like so deeply immersed. They could tell you they had a great time. But by the end of the session, man, there's no mental energy. Like, I love it. I always, not a problem, Pilo. I love it when I run sessions where the idea of telling what the session is afterwards is it eats up energy people don't even have left. Like, I'll even tell DMs, man, here's my issue with a lot of guys out there. I'll hear they'll put up a live play, but they'll actually do a video on it afterwards. And man, the video makes it sound fucking crazy, like crazy good. And I go listen to the session. I'm like, all right. Okay. All right there, kiddo. Sure. All right. Yep. Well, it sounded great. I like it when it's so fucking good, so fucking deep in your mind, so fucking mind burnt by being deep into it, that by the end of somebody says, so tell me about your session. I'm like, it's fucking great, man, but I got no energy left. Like, that's usually where my players are by the end of the night. They'll tell you they had a great fucking time, best they've ever had. Stuff like that. Hear it all the time. Heard it for decades. The idea that they're still talking about it afterwards, they're drained. Everything was put into the session, completely drained. Not in a bad way. They'll keep saying that was great, that was a lot of fun. But it's just like, okay, we need a break. It's like, I love burning out the mind. Burning out the mind where players are fucking just afterwards like just gone. Whenever I notice DMs telling me a blow-up story about their sessions, usually 99% of the time I go back to the session, I'm just like, all right, dude. Yeah, I get it. So I like to burn guys out. Okay. Like, the session is so good, but it's just, I'm going to burn your mind out in a good way. You're going to be so focused and give it all up. So usually what I found over the years is just hoping people, I don't want them to get accustomed to badness. And you could watch that out. You got to be careful too. So I'm like, no matter how praising players are of a game, how long will they hold on to something? Not usually that long. And especially with new games. This is why they go 5 or 6 sessions. I'm just like, all right, dude, I like burning guys out. It's just the way it is. And so my experience with players after they've had a great session, when they say it's a really great session, they're done. They're done. I have burnt them out on challenges. I put them to the fucking 9th degree and they want to walk away. period. And every time I played in a good session when I was younger, it was the same thing. Every time. I'm not saying I'm just making the point. I've heard people say similar things to you're saying right now many times over, and it's like, yeah, and I'm not trying to just like harshly like disagree or blah blah. It's just I like it when you're just so lost in the experience that afterwards get you to run down what happened in the session. It's it's going to take some time. So I like using up people's energy during the game. And then it's because so many people, it's not that you're not right, AJ. It's just there's a small percentage of people that when they say this happened afterwards, that was good, they're not wrong. Probably ran a good session, right? 1,000,000%. It's just you got to watch out. There's people that mean it well, that really ran a good session. They had a good time. The players talk about it afterwards. It's all a legit statement. Sadly, there's a lot of guys, like 90% out there, that will say that's happening. I'm like, dude, I got to analyze, because the reason I have to analyze, I have to watch what people are doing. So many people try to lift themselves up in the hobby that I'm just like, and it's not that I have a problem with that. It's only that some people lift themselves up in the hobby, then degrade people with real talent. I'm like, no wonder we've lost so many good people. Like, I know a lot of people that were very good at this, and they walked away, and I'd say, well, man, why'd you quit? Because I have a passion for it, but they get busy in life. You're working hard. You're stretched out. And they're like, well, dude, especially when they started coming on YouTube. I remember, and you know this, AJ, we had some really credible guys years ago. They've all left YouTube. And I was like, well, why'd you guys leave YouTube? It's a lack of appreciation of talent. It's put it this way. If you can work your ass off, be charismatic, and have major talent, and you earn your way up to a high chair, but when you get there, there's a lot of other high chairs, and sitting beside you, left or right, are people that have no talent at all to be there. And the majority of them are that, and deceit has gotten them beside you. And to the point where they become more appreciated than people with talent in the hobby. People with talent will walk away. We know that in every sector in life. If you go to an area and your talent's appreciated and people acknowledge it, you want to be there. That's a place where people with talent will go, because they can be recognized. If you go to a place where real talent and everything is just secondary, to the point where everybody above you can be people with no talent at all, just for deceit, and your talent is not appreciated, you have to be put on par with people that do not belong in that position. Your inspiration for staying around this it goes away. I noticed that with Dragon's Foot. I got there. I noticed all the moderators were guys that were all propped up to high chairs, and I was like, ah. Yeah. Well, you've been, me and you, well, it's not like me and you directly know each other, but we've just been around the gimmick for a long time. And I talked to a lot of guys that left YouTube. I'm like, well, why? What's the point of being around if the audience like praises this guy over here who can barely talk and couldn't entertain nobody, but is going to praise this guy up to the 8th degree, and I get a mediocre response from the same crowd, but I got it. I perform better on camera. I do all this better content. And that's the thing. In most parts of YouTube, the better you are at this, the more the audience appreciates you and rewards you. This is one of the only areas on YouTube where deceit will get you more easily rewarded than charisma, talent, or good content. And you're like, and there's not too many areas of YouTube where that's just exactly the way it works. Some people get through deceit. You get here and you're just like, wow. I'm like, okay, like I'm here. I perform pretty well. I'll be outdone by a guy who gets on and covers AD&D or BECME, right? Just one E. And they'll just tell you what it says in the book. Almost like they read from the book. And they'll do a small video like, oh, here's what it says in the book. Put the book down, turn the video off. And he said basically what certain people agree with. So rapidly he goes up. He doesn't do it with any talent. Performance is not there. His videos aren't even that great. Just says what people want to hear. Boom. Does an AD&D 1 video like that. Does a BECME video like that. I'm like, that guy goes up. Now there's a ceiling. He's not going to get the majority, but still going up. And you're like, you get on here and you perform very well. Like I said, I've noticed these guys. I'm like, if I took that guy and put him on the stage for an hour to talk to an audience, what would happen? The audience would be asleep in 20 minutes. Okay, well, I can go on and talk for hours. The audience will follow along. I can keep up. I can entertain. And YouTube is about entertaining and talent. It's supposed to be anyway. So it does get a little weird when you get on here and that happens. It will be. I'm on very early. I'm going to cover like 5 different games. Well, talk about combat from 5 different games. Let me see. Traveler. Traveler is 1. Rollmaster. Traveler Rollmaster. Just got to separate some stuff here. I mean, I ran into this, so it's like, I got like several games I'm going to cover. Heroes Unlimited is another one. Just give me a second. I'm just doing some separating. Be patient with me for a second. I just talked about Legends of the Five Rings recently. So, Traveler, Rollmaster, Heroes Unlimited, the Five Rings, Legends of the Five Rings, Deadlands on purpose. Pendragon, because I know it's a story game, but it's still, it's like, how does a story game really focus on combat? It's unique, and I want to talk about that as well. And then World of Darkness, because there's another game. Just doing some separation there. Stuff I should have probably did before I started doing this, but it's what it is. Heroes Unlimited. Here's what I'd say. Traveler, A Million Ways to Die, Shotgun to the... Oh, yeah. Traveler is... Well, I'll try not to go too far into it, but we're going to get into it in a bit. It's Traveler. Traveler is wargaming combat, which is meant to be diddly and meant to be a consequence rather than something you should never be running around Traveler looking for combat. You should be looking to avoid combat. And if you do get into combat, you better make sure everything is tailored to your side, so you're not taking resource drain on the extreme, because you can, as we know. Heroes Unlimited is, as far as playing goes, Heroes Unlimited. Actually, AJ seems to like that too. It's one of my favorites as well. Heroes Unlimited is like, I don't like a lot of changing that happened with Palladium. AJ might actually relate with this. I felt Palladium in a way almost went backwards compared to where it was. Like I like early Palladium. I actually think they actually did a good job on early Palladium. And Heroes Unlimited it's just a perfect street hero game, right? And everything is pretty solid. It's straightforward, solid. The farther they went in Palladium, the more they tried to add to it. I felt like the more they confused that, right? So I knew it right away. As soon as you said that's a soulmate RPG, yeah, I love it, and I love the early Palladium. I love that sort of early version of Palladium. And I love the street hero gimmick. And when I watch that, it's going to sound corny, but I think AJ, you might agree with this. There is that superhero anime, if you ever watched it, that Hero Academium or whatever it was. I mean, come on, even us older guys, a lot of guys are guilty of checking that out. And if you like hero anything, you definitely checked it out. It was really fucking good. But it was like, they said, well, what game would suit that? And I'm like, Heroes Unlimited. Like, yeah, I'm like, that's street level hero realism. The whole show is not Superman. Like, there is a sort of Superman character, but still, the idea is he steps out of the picture and you go to the sort of street level hero gimmick where everyone's not just, I'm like, Heroes Unlimited fucking represents that perfectly. Perfectly. Like, so well that I think it's so suitable to the whole thing. So I said, if they ever wanted to bring Heroes Unlimited back, it'd be neat to see them rehash Heroes Unlimited with the Hero Academia thing. I said that would be a good marriage right there. But yeah, it's my favorite hero game, right? But I people that like hero comic books, well, exactly. I really, as soon as I seen what Hero Academia was, I was like, that's street level heroes. That's Heroes Unlimited right there. 100% exactly. That's the way I felt about it. But people are like, people that like hero comic books and that, some of them didn't like Heroes Unlimited. And they would strongly disagree with me or you, AJ, or have their criticism. And they're like, Steven, why did you like it? I'm a gamer. Well, what do you mean? I'm like, I don't like Heroes Unlimited because I care about hero comic books, even though I like some hero comic books, don't get me wrong. I like Heroes Unlimited because it's a good game. Like, I'm a gamer first on that. And if you take away expectations of a comic book fan and just look at it from a game point of view, I'm like, as a gamer, it's fucking beautiful. It's fucking beautiful. But if you go into it as a hero comic book person, you might think, oh, it doesn't do with the hero. Yeah, I don't care if it does. I'm looking for a good game. So to me, Heroes Unlimited was a good game. That's exactly why I like it. And I say it's a different expectation of what I'm looking for compared to the next guy. Right? I'm looking for a good game. They're looking for something that might do a comic book. I don't think we could even properly copy comic books, right? And even when you do, it becomes storytelling, which is what DC Heroes does. DC Heroes tries to do the comic book storytelling aspect. And that's a storytelling game right there. But it's from the comic book point of view. I don't like that. I just want a game. I don't want to have to do specific things to copy a comic book. To me, that I found that limiting. I like the idea of getting in there where I don't have to have Batman versus Superman. I like spotlighting. I do. DC Heroes does a good job explaining and teaching spotlighting. I give it that. I give it that. But I see unnecessary. I don't want the gap. For game element, it becomes stupid. I don't like the gap idea. I don't like the gap, and I don't like needing a spotlight to be used for that. I like spotlight, but I don't want to have to spotlight all the time to be able to justify why Batman is with Superman. I think it does it well, but I don't want to have to always do that. Which in a lot of hero comic books, there's so many heroes that are this, so many heroes that are this, and you got to do all this. That's storytelling. I don't mind it. It's not something I put a lot of time into. Heroes Unlimited, I put a lot of time into because it's a game. Game first, right? That's my gimmick. Now, of course, Philo, I'm covering Rollmaster because Rollmaster taught me about appreciating hit points and damage and how damage can better the experience in the mind. See, Philo that was here, he likes Rollmaster because he just likes some kick-ass combat that is very gruesome. I agree, but also I like combat that's in the imagination and not hit, miss. Our super spies say it's too crunch, combat is too slow, too complicated. And I say, that's the point. It's action slow, bullet time. that and I agree. I like how it's crunching away, but at the same time, I say that comes down to performance too. Like I say, like, look, some games are slow. When I'm told they're slow, I'm like, Well, they're as slow as you're going to run it. And some things are meant for the mind. So what's slow? Like if I'm detailing out the outcome of combat and I'm running the picture in all your minds, and then we go to the next part. If I do that right and I can make that part of your imagination and we're telling a story with combat, it shouldn't feel that slow. It's only when you get down to the sort of D&D-esque hit, miss, miss. If it's always he hits this many damage, he misses, or he hits again this many damage. If you go too board gamey and you do not say damage is this, you start painting a picture of what the damage is done. You paint a picture. The solution to crunchy combat is to calculate while waiting for your turn to act. Have all charts, tables ready. That's talk about Rollmaster. You get good in the flow, and totally, flow is important. Flow is very important, and to play to the imagination with the descriptions of the damage or what has happened. The more you describe, the more you can paint the picture, the more it stops feeling slow. As far as players tell me, it starts feeling like, okay, like it's all part of the timing. Like that time is flow, as you would say right there. Flow is important. Philo, of course, and he's talking about Rollmaster. Philo's completely right. And Rollmaster, to make sure you're not getting stuck, you want to have all your charts in order. But what it does, once you get your charts in order, and Philo, I know, will agree with me, it's not just that the combat is graphic. It's that the combat is detailed. And that detail plays to this. It's no longer just simple hit, miss, miss. You take damage, it's to the leg. You could have your arm cut off. Like it's all visual in the mind, right? And that's very important. So what Philo's saying is if you get to a flow, which is what AJ is also pointing out here, when you get to a flow with Rollmaster, because you're not getting stuck by the charts, you also get this added element of it's not just hit, miss, miss. Now it's all details that is going to be pictured in your mind, right? You're going to get information. You're getting hit here. You're getting hit here. When I did D&D, I took that. I went back to it with that type of approach. And I took that to Heroes Unlimited too, which was Rollmaster taught me really how valuable making sure you don't do hit, miss with the combat is. As far as getting the charts right, that was one thing. But I think the magic it taught me, Rollmaster, was when hits happen, of course, don't be repetitive with your explanations, but when damage happens, it happens to the body. Don't make it just exhaustion. Make it that a guy got cut across the gut. Make it that he got cut across the arm. Explain in detail what damage has happened, even if it's minor. Try to spread out, catch yourself, put yourself in check on repetitive statements. You don't want to cut across the arm, no. You just got to basically get on yourself. Just don't let that happen. And you can. It's no problem keeping yourself in check. That's normal. You should be able to do that, right? So it doesn't mean you won't head towards repetitive, but if you're someone who just keeps yourself in check, you can avoid that. But those details of getting cut, boom, and then make some of that real too. I used to do that with D&D. There's no rules that says if you take a lot of major damage and I say you get cut in the leg that it should slow you down. There's nothing, but I would do that. I would do it to the enemy and to the character. I'd say, okay, you took like 20 points of damage, man. You get cut across the leg and you're starting to limp. Blood's like pouring down your leg. It's hurt. Like you got cut in there. I'm going to actually give you a -2 your armor class. Like just during combat, during that moment until you're healed, right? It's to keep it simple. It just depends what you mean, but like it's keep it simple as hit, miss. Then I would say no, that's not good. That's a personal opinion here, Miles. Though I've never seen hit, miss be something exciting for players. Actually, it's every time I've heard players say they don't like combat, it's a lot of that. It's the keep it simple stuff. And the second you bring in, say, an enemy yelling, so you make sure the enemies can speak during combat. You have personalities of each enemy, like different goblins might react different depending on, instead of having them all just fight like machines in a video game. Like this one is careless. This one might be more aggressive if it gets to you and stomps on your head while you're down. This one might just like look at you go down and go, oh, okay. If you bring a little personality in, willing to let animals growl, say stuff like sort of part of the role play, and then you bring in elements of the damage and all that is effective towards the body and you're painting a picture. That stuff works really well. At the wall and hoping it sticks or being different for the sake of being different. AJ, that's exactly. I'm 1,000,000% with you. I hate the idea of just trying to be different. Like I do. And there are some games I've ran like 50 old school games. So there's a lot of areas where I realize this was unnecessary. This was unnecessary. Another thing I don't like is our fellow nerds having an issue with things that don't matter. Like I'm sick of the D20. Like, what do you mean? Well, I'm sick of just using a D20. That matters? Like, what about the experience? Does the rolling of the D20 do the hit and do the thing? Yeah. What the fuck is your problem with it? I'm sick of rolling D20. That matters to the experience? That has to do with your character and being in the imagination? Well, no, I just sick of using it. Dude, shut the fuck up, dude. I don't care if it's multiple D6s, the 2 D10s for the D100 or D20. Me, I only care if something works. I don't care if I have to keep using the same dice to roll to do something. That part is nerdy pickiness, which makes no sense to me. I'm like, is that even important to our conversation? It's like, no, it's not. So please, just you can keep that opinion. That's a private personal opinion, which I still think doesn't matter to the actual experience that you're going through. I don't care if I roll 3 D6s, 2 D10s, or a D20. I just care about function, which is like what you're saying there, AJ. I don't like just being different to be different. I like just make sure it works. Right. And I think some games forget that, or some designers forget that that's the important part. I'm like, dude, can you use similar things but create a different experience given how people will play the game in that? Yeah. Do that. Don't worry about being that unique unless there's something worthwhile. Like I go back to Ghostbusters. They had this awesome gimmick of the extra dice, sort of like the ghost dice, where it can add an element into what happens in the scene, right? Like a book falls or something like that. So it doesn't mean you've completely failed, or sometimes it can be beneficial to you or bad. I'm like, that type of new gimmick is good. That enhances the experience, what will happen, what the game master can do, and what the players will react to. The second you give me something where it's like, okay, you're using a D10 instead of a D20, I don't care. My game is a D12. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck at all. I don't even slightly care. That's the last thing that matters to me, right? And then sometimes when you see games like that, they work in a very mediocre way. I'm just like, okay, so what was the point of your D12 game? This. Has it enhanced the gameplay? No. I don't give a fuck. I just don't care. It's meaningless. But you get a lot of that. You do, because everybody wants to stand out. I'm like, the experience is always what should be the thing that stands out for you. That's it. That's it all the time. That's like if you go to space opera, they wanted to do a bunch of unique things. Well, oh yeah, we can connect and do that. That's definitely on the board. That was space opera is one of the legendary things for doing pointless things for no reason. I love space opera. I love certain gameplay with space opera, but when you get to the spaceship part, it's better to host rule it because there's a lot of stuff that is just absolutely fucking meaningless to space opera that will have you playing tedious with the spaceship for too long. So yeah, it's like little things. I teach a lot of guys things that they don't understand. Like I did a recent video on just putting it out from a stream, which was description. Because I still see today, like I went to the gaming thing last week, and this guy's giving out this long speech on a scene where players are going in. And I'm watching his game, like, okay, the guys are cool. They're going to let me watch you. They know I'm not going to attack them. I'm really classy when it comes to not trying to make you look bad or rolling my eyes or doing anything socially bad, right? They know I'll just sit there and I put poker face on, no matter what I think, right? I said to the guy afterwards, I said, here, I want you to try something. And so this week he finally tried it. I said, you give out very long descriptions on every one of your parts, right? I said, you've known me for a long time. Would you try something for me at a session? And if your players complain, you can tell them it's my fault. Like, I'll even take the heat. He said, okay. I said, do this. I said, let me see some of your descriptions or tell me about them. And he goes through them. And that's what inspired me to talk about it on the stream. And I said, okay, I want you to simplify. Just give him the basics. Like he had one written out. I cut out 2 paragraphs of writing in it. He's like, that's a lot of nice stuff you're cutting out. I'm like, yeah. He's like, man, this ain't going to end up being boring. I said, I'm going to argue that's not going to be at all. It's going to be very basic details. Here's the color, what the smell. Keep all that in. So he had about 3 paragraphs written for one scene, and I cut out 2 paragraphs. And we started editing everything he had. He goes and runs a session, and he gets really good reactions from his players. So afterwards, he's asking them, okay, I got to ask you guys, first off, don't get mad at me. Stephen helped me with the session. They said he did, but he says, before we get to what he helped me with, let me ask you guys, what did you think of the descriptions for the rooms? They were like, fucking, it was great, man. Loved it. And he noticed the players reacting really well to it. Like, he said, you guys were doing stuff you normally don't do, and you were asking me stuff and interacting with the scene better. Because he noticed that he just couldn't get around it. He's like, they were like, hey, yeah, we totally understood what's going on in the room, so we were looking around. He's like, well, he says, so you had no problem with the description? No. Okay, that's what Stephen helped me with. So the players weren't sure exactly what it meant. They asked me that night. A couple emailed me. They said, well, we had a good time, but why did you do it that way? Like, why do you think that would work? It did work. I said, because your imagination is extremely powerful. And you'll paint the picture in your head. And the longer that guy talks, the more he'll fuck up what you're doing. Because you're playing the game with your imagination. So he needs to give you enough information that you can play the game. You want to paint the picture in your own mind. You just need the details. When he starts adding fluff, you stop trying to paint the picture in your way, and you start trying to alter the way you paint the picture for yourself and paint it in the way he's trying to control how you imagine it now. It's gone from you using your mind, your imagination to play, to now you're altering how you would do it for him. And it's going to confuse you, and you're going to ask more questions than you normally would, but not in the way of interacting with the scene. You're going to be confused. You're going to say less during the scenes and everything else because you're still trying to take it in what he said. I said, him giving you basic information means you understand exactly what's going on, very clear, very fast, enough that you'll now start looking around the room more, interacting with the scene, because the better you understand what's going on, the more confident you are with doing stuff. Right? It's going to raise your confidence. You're going to understand it. It's going to be clear to you, and you're going to paint a better picture for yourself than he could. And your imagination is powerful. These are all just seed planting things. Just giving you the information you need. If he keeps going, he's going to start overriding what you're doing. right? And now AJ, the second he tries it, players react well. He says now that's his full time going forward. That's it. He said he'll never oversell a room for the rest of his life. Right? He said it's one of the greatest things he's ever learned. It was like, yeah, dude, you have no idea. Like, description is very basic. You're planting seeds. Players are using their imagination. They don't need much. They're they're not judging you for how poetic your speech is. You're the game master, and that way, in the mind's mechanical. They need the right information, not for you to sound good in a poetic speech. They won't even. They're not even thinking of judging you that way. They want to know when they go to play the game, is everything working? At the end, if it is, they're happy with you. At no point do they think, because of a lack of poetic speech, that you sucked at what you were doing. They don't even think that way, right? They need information. It's like when I said, give a description in a town walking around. Don't oversell things. You should plant most seeds in the mind through some basic stuff going in and through people knowing the setting. Most after that just need to know down the street, left or right turn. Like, they just need basic shit. And they start painting the whole thing themselves. I even said it doesn't matter if this guy sees a host as being blue and this guy sees a host as being orange. That doesn't fucking matter, right? They're both going to understand it's medieval or something, right? Or some basic information you've already dropped in their mind. Just let them do it and trust that their minds are very powerful. Good writers. I found this out from a writer, actually, who just said, like, if you go into some of the best books, say for certain writing, you'll notice that when they get description, they're very basic. Like, they'll give sometimes poetic stuff, but he says that is usually a writer overkilling. A good writer stops being poetic as much. They start giving you basic shit, and actually they'll be very limited because they know you'll fill everything in the gaps with your own mind. Right? And some of the best books I've now read, when I get to description areas, it really is basic shit. It's when you go to books that aren't that popular, they're overselling. You go to books that are some of the most famous books ever, you're just like, it doesn't mean they're not poetic at all and they're writing somewhere, but it's usually not in basic description. It's to give you stuff. It's like you don't have to sell something that's creepy. I don't know if you heard the recent stream. Like I said to one guy there on the street, I said, like, here could be creepy. I tell you, you're walking down a path in the middle of the woods late, like it's in the night, dark part of the night. And I said, you might have a lantern with a little bit of light around you. On either side is the woods, but it's completely black. You can't see into the woods. You can just see the little bit of light around you on the path. You look up, it's so dark that in the sky you might see like one star. Right. And that's it. I tell you, that's what you're seeing as you're going forward. And then maybe a moment or so later, I'll tell the players, okay, you guys hear like a branch in the forest beside you snap and break. And the players are like, holy, okay, we're stopping. And what you start realizing is you don't got to tell people something is spooky or scary. You don't have to oversell it. Let their mind do the work. Give them the elements that would, if you can understand the real world, like basic shit, that will make things through their own imagination. They'll creep themselves out. Now that sound is freaky. I haven't had to do anything poetic, and they're fucking on the edge. I mean, completely on the edge. It's like atmosphere too. That's important. I know I'm saying this again for my regulars here would know this stuff, but I know you're not always here, AJ. So it'd be like atmosphere. Telling people it's raining in a game doesn't do much. Telling people it's raining in the game as they're like walking out the door, and you say, yeah, a little bit of rain hits you on the cheek and like runs down, and you can smell the damp smell coming up from the road, right? The damp smell that's around, it's hitting your nose. And that's, you don't add more, but you say something like that. These are seeds of making people think. You don't got to oversell. You just got to make them think about it. They're going to oversell everything to themselves. Their imagination will do the work. You need to direct them to think about it. And by doing that, I'm not just said it's raining. Now I have them in character in the atmosphere of the rain. Tell them the drop of rain's going down their cheek. So they can understand, even if they're not real life feeling it, they understand the feel of it. the smell, the damn smell you smell when you go to a rainy area. They could have been in the woods. So I'll say that, you smell that grass smell, that wet grass smell. People relate with these things, and you don't just say it's raining. You give a couple tiny elements, not overkill an explanation, no poetic stuff, and suddenly you have them in the rain. Now they're in the rain in character. Now they're in the atmosphere. It's like if it's hot out and like like that sticky feel like of heat, right? Stuff like that. It's minor details that see the mind and direct the mind to think, because you got to understand players are doing all the work with their mind. You don't got to overkill. You just got to help direct them. Think of it like manipulation, but not in a bad way. You're manipulating with information, right? So you're getting them to think. It is really effective. And if a game master does that for players, and then they go to the next game, and the next guy just says it's raining without adding the elements, the players will feel it and know it. Like they'll know it right away. There's something lost here. Like I'm not in the atmosphere the way I was in that guy's game, right? And all I had to do was say minor things. This is what I mean about you don't always have to run sessions in front of people. You just talk to them, AJ. I've been game mastering since 1991, and I'm not a joke, and I don't lie to people. So I don't always have to show them a session to explain something to an experienced game master, where I can explain it in such a confident way that I know you'll know that I fucking know. And you'll be like, okay, I don't get to see a session with that guy. He gets it. And I do get it. I do get it. And I'm not a fake. I'm not even phony. So to me, I can talk in very genuine, real ways with you. And if you have not thought about this stuff as a game master, and some guys can do this for 20 years and not think of it, I've just given you stuff to take back to your table. Like everything I just said there, if a game master hasn't thought about that stuff, can take it back to their table and go, yeah, Stephen is so right. And then just add these little elements and you'll realize, wow, it does minor things, but what an enhancement of the experience for my players. Like a major, it's atmosphere enhancement, right? All right, you take care of yourself, AJ. Love you, dude. Talk to you soon. And we'll talk about RPGs at one point. I get a couple myself. Connect with me. If you want to leave a comment here later and tell me you're up for like jumping on Discord or something, you can. I got an email in the description. You can always email me if you want to. Good little details there. I give out that stuff all the time because it's just so many people just have not thought about these things. And there's only so much game mastering. Now let's talk about how soon do I want to overkill diving into combat? Because I feel like we can. All right. So classic Traveler uses 2d6. It's like you'll be rolling 2d6 plus weapon skill plus situation modifier. So situations could give you bonuses, minuses. But say modifiers commonly come from weapon skill, range, cover, movement, lighting. Other referee determined circumstances. That's what I mean about scenes. Like it could just come from the outside. So before you initially make your attack roll for anything, of course, you got to say what you're doing, right? And when you roll, you're rolling. So say you're successful. Damage is deducted from the character's physical characteristics: strength, dexterity, endurance. When these characters are reduced to 0, the character is incapacitated or killed. Combat feel: fast and straightforward, extremely lethal. Firearms are deadly. That's what AJ was talking about. Cover tactics matter more than heroics. Avoiding combat is often the smartest decision. So in Traveler, cool. In Traveler, at the end of the day, if you can, just say you went through a session and there's no combat, or you avoided it, you've done good. You got to think of combat in Traveler like it's very simple, straightforward, easy to do, But that also means there's not a lot of defense on your end. So you can do something to the other side, they can do the same thing to you. You can cripple them, they can cripple you. And it's really fast. There's not much to it. There's not going to be a lot of buildup either. So you can die easily from a gunshot, like really easily. You can kill really easily. But the second the other side gets to attack you, you are in danger. You are in major danger. And there's no, it's not like, say, Miles is here. So safety nets with, say, 5e, where you gotta hit so many times or put somebody down, and then they got to fail so many times at a certain save, and then they die. No, it's 0. Either you're out fucking cold. If you're lucky, it's 0. If it's usually 0 or beyond, you're dead. Like dead, new character. And so one fight, you can play 10 sessions. Avoid fighting for 10 sessions, get into a fight on the 11th, you're dead. Like death, it can be so instant. It's so dangerous. And whatever damage is caused to you, it's so lethal that the outcome of the damage, even if you live, is not good. Say you're in a spaceship fight with your spaceship. The damage from that can be brutal. It could have took you forever to get to a point where you measured out how much you're making to what you're doing to be able to just get your ship around while it's still taking resources. You do that, now you're going to stop at a place and you're going to stuck there for a long time. And you got to do a lot of grind to get your spaceship back up and going anywhere. So now you're back to very limiting what's going on. You want to avoid combat at all costs. So that's a game where, and I wanted to look at different games for combat. So Traveler is one of those games, old school combat games, where combat is meant to be extremely deadly and remind you that role playing is really the aim mostly of the game. And role playing as in role play the role of your character, what he does in life, and or he or she, or social interaction to get yourself deals, right? And then there's a bit of tactical play, but combat's one of those things where if you go into combat in Traveler, it doesn't mean you shouldn't at all. It doesn't mean you can't. But what you're hoping for is you get the shot off and kill him first. So when you go into combat in Traveler, what you want to do is make sure everything is on your side. Every possible thing is deeply on your side, right? Like everything is on your side. If you can wipe out the attack option for the opponent first, that might even be the smart move. Take their option away, so they got to move, and then you can attack their spaceship freely. You shoot down their guns. Do that. Or if you're going to shoot at the spaceship, can you take a shot that just shuts down the ship or even kills anybody who could have shot back at you? If you get guns on your side, if there's 2 or 3 of you, and there's like 2 guys on the other side, you want to be shooting at them to fucking take them down, damage them so bad, the idea that they shoot you back is not there. And if you get into a back and forth fight, that's trouble. Because it's sort of like in real life. One shot can kill you. Or one shot can just outdo you right away. So when you play Traveler, if you're a D&D person that's expecting, sort of dungeon crawl combat, no. Like expect that you'll be doing social interaction and what you do to survive, like the jobs you get, the connections you make, the friends, connections, friends, what you do for people, what you can make people owe you. If you have danger, how can you negotiate with someone to take that away? So social interaction, and then playing to your role. What are your skills that can get you different jobs, get you better things, get you money? And then how can you incapacitate the other side so they're not a threat to you? Can you shield them in and then do something? Oh, it is. And that's, most games are very RP heavy. You got to think of it this way, Miles. When they say role-playing game, if everything can be done on the board, then where's the role-playing most of the time? right? So think about like in Traveler, you're not speaking in character to develop your character. You're speaking in character in the format of looking at it like a game. When you talk, you're trying to get your character a hit or a better situation. It, the idea of narrative or character development is secondary. It will happen in time, but your whole point of talking is almost like tactical socializing, right? You get what I'm saying? Like there's every time you talk, it's think of game. You talk to get yourself a better job. You talk to get yourself a better connection. Oh, I'm talking about first edition. I stick to first edition. I talk about what I'm talking about on here. So games I've covered, games I've actually ran. Everybody knows that's my principle here. I focus on games I've actually ran. I don't focus on talking about editions or games that I personally haven't interacted with, right? So, yeah, I'll throw the principle back up there, guys. I'm only going to be talking about usually first editions of just about any game, but these principles are still somewhat true throughout Traveler. It doesn't mean some of them don't adjust, but it is the principle behind Traveler. It's meant to be a diddly game that your RP isn't about developing your character or telling a story or even doing narrative for character development. It is about the idea of tactical talking. You might want to look at it like tactical social interaction is the combat in that game, right? Your dungeon crawl is the world. When you talk to people, you're trying to make a connection. You talk to people, you're trying to get a job. You talk to people to get yourself ahead. You talk to people to get threats off you. You talk to people to just plainly get information. But everything, when you talk, is talk towards something game related. So, and that really drives the the idea of RP game, like role playing game, right? You're not there to play a play. You're not there to develop the character as much. All social interaction is there to better your position in a game. So you might fight to get to the treasure in the dungeon. In Traveler, you want to talk your way to the treasure. And you got to think of you're competing with your words and who you talk to. So in a way, your tongue is your sword. And you're trying to get a better situation, just like say you're fighting to get more out of the game for your character in Dungeons and Dragons or a game like that you might think you're focused on that, where in this game, it's your tongue is trying to get you to a better situation. But if at any point you said, is your tongue there just to casually speak in character and develop your character? Well, Traveler, it doesn't say you can't do that, but it's just that's secondary and doesn't matter. You speak to get the benefit. You speak to get the connection, right? That's what the designer intends anyway. That you're role playing in a game. It's a game, but it's a role. It's mixing these elements into what you're doing. That's how it comes in. Like, how do you take elements of? It's like I said earlier with the storytelling. It's like this. In reality, character development is happening, and there is an element of that. But you're not initially storytelling. You're using an aspect. Now, why are you developing the character? It's to connect with the character so you enhance your experience at the gaming session. Remember, Miles, what's more important? A story that you tell later or the actual gaming session that you're in? Like the actual experience you're having in the moment. So the point of character development in a tabletop role-playing game is to make it that you can connect to the character more, so your experience through character in the world during the gaming session, during escapism, is improved. You don't develop the character for the sake to make the story that emerges better. You only develop the character to connect to the character for the experience in the live gaming session. Right? That's what matters. Like that, I keep telling people that's the detail that has to matter. I'm a middle ground person. So when it comes to story, you get people that use it for bad agendas. or you get people that reject it completely, right? I just say it poisons the dialogue because when you say story, you give people reason to reject it. When you say story, you give most people reason to try to justify bullshit. When you take story out of it, like the word story, you just say story, yeah, putting that over here, right? You say this is a role playing game. It means it's not just a board game. It means we use an element of performance, right? That's the talking in character. We use elements of storytelling. We're not storytellers, but we use elements, say character development, right? And then we use elements from board gaming. It's not just a board game, but we use elements from the gaming aspect. When you bring the gaming aspect together with elements from storytelling and with elements from acting performance, you get this unique game that is not acting, that is not storytelling, that is not a board game. It is its own thing, separate from those three things. Don't pigeonhole a tabletop role-playing game into storytelling. Don't pigeonhole a tabletop role-playing game into drama class. Don't pigeonhole a tabletop role-playing game into a board game. Understand that for it to be a tabletop role-playing game, you take from the different elements. Performance, a bit, but it's not complete drama class. The storytelling narrative stuff with character development. You're not storytelling, but there's an element that you're using for the game. You're not completely playing a board game, but we're using game elements, those type of game elements mixed with these other two things. And since we're only using elements of each and we're not totally one or the other, we're not pigeonholed into these three things. We create something unique and separate from all three. And the second you try to say this about storytelling, you have now pigeonholed the thing into this. That's why I oppose it. And you create poison dialogue. You get people that want to justify nonsense by saying it's storytelling. And most, over 90%, will use it for stuff that you shouldn't use it for. Justifying shit you shouldn't justify. And then on the opposing side, and it's usually both extremes, you get people that completely reject it and go just a board game. I'm a middle ground person, right? But I realize by using the word story, it poisons everything we're focused on here. So what do I say simply? Role-playing matters, like social interaction, character development matters, and the game part matters. I say all three areas matter, and that's what makes up the game, and you got to care about all three. The second you pigeonhole what we do into storytelling, you fucked it. And you missed the point. The second you say the story that emerges is important, what happens? Almost every time. The session experience that you're having live in the actual game becomes secondary to the story. And now your experience in participating in the session is now secondary to something you'll say about the session afterwards. Now, because what character death is intense. It's an intense for part of the experience in the live session. Challenges are intense for the experience in the live session. Playing well, the pressure to play better is part of the participation during the live session. Right? The second you say story matters, which is the story that emerges, now the live experience in the gaming session now becomes secondary to something that's outside of what you're doing. That will be an outcome of what you're doing. What you're doing matters more than the outcome. And once you understand that, you understand why I say personally, the idea of worrying about story emerging is meaningless. Like a story is going to emerge no matter what. Just have fun during the gaming session. That's where you focus. That's your whole point to being at the table. Right? Don't make the in-game experience secondary to something that that comes out of it. Because then you alter the in-game experience and make it worse. And you think making the in-game experience worse is justified because somehow the story afterwards becomes more important than your escapism and what you're doing. And then what happens? You get people on the extreme on either side. Either they completely want to avoid the game or justify nonsense, or they want to avoid all the other elements and make it a board game. So when we focus on story, it does nothing but poison the way we talk about this. And it overrides what matters, the actual in moment, in the session stuff. So that's why that is such a big issue to me personally, right? Because it really does deeply, deeply, deeply matters that we understand that this is not any of the three, that this is its own thing. And we need to recognize it for what it is and stop trying to pigeonhole it into something else. Because when you do, it does nothing but hurt what we're trying to do here. Like imagine you're trying to play a game, but someone has turned it into drama class to the point where its character death is secondary. But that character death makes the experience in the moment, the intensity of that, important to your experience. But we now take that away. We numb out the experience because of story. The rule of cool. Well, challenging is all part of the in-game experience to be intense, to put you on an edge. Well, we numb out the experience because story matters more. Or you playing better would actually enhance everyone's experience, including your own. Trying to play better, the effort to play better. But it's okay. You can fuck it, play half-assed, because it furthered the story. You see what I mean? Like the arguments don't work. And on the other side, you get the extreme where these elements that are important elements are now going to be ignored by the people that want to do the board game part. So anybody mentions a story that thinks they're trying to play a middle ground, I say they're lying to themselves. You are going to end up, and even worse, even if you're, say 5%, say out of 100% of people that mention a story, you're 5% is a lot. So a lot of people, but say you're part of the 5% that thinks you're playing middle ground by mentioning story important. The thing is, people with deceitful agendas will use you to benefit their bullshit agendas. They'll be like, hey, Miles, you mean the middle ground? Yeah, well, we're going to use your argument in our favor. Thank you for us making the middle ground less important and story mattering, so we fuck up the experience. Thank you, Miles. Thanks for helping us fuck the game up. And you think you're playing middle ground, but you represent almost nobody. Middle ground is me, someone who says, it's not a board game, it's not this, it's something unique. And I say, don't focus on the board game, don't focus on the drama class, don't focus on the storytelling. Because by doing so, you pigeonhole the game into these different areas. And you get extremists that all use that stuff for very negative things. And they are the majority on any extreme. So they poison the dialogue and they control the conversation. Like the middle ground should be where we're at after 30 years of talking about this. But we're not, Miles. We're not. 30 years of deceitful agenda pushers controlling the dialogue so much that they smother out progressing the conversation. Meaning over 30 years, we don't progress to the middle ground. Well, it's how could I say? It comes down to basically the damage. Like I do heavy damage, so it's descriptive damage. It is hit points. It's something similar to many games. I'm inspired by my approach to D&D. So it's not hit, miss, but it is based on hit points in the body. So is it unique away from that? No, it's very basic. It's very basic to understand. It's like you start off where you're going into combat, and basically when you're doing damage, it is based on body. So the more damage you're taking to the body, it has a roll master feel that way, right? That will affect you. You take a lot of damage to the body, you're going to get minus to your arm, minus to your leg. It covers that. So it's not exhaustion. It is body damage. You can heal. But combat is very straightforward. Very straightforward. It is sort of a back and forth. And you can gain advantages by what you're doing. And it purposely stays simple. I don't go to 5e combat because I want my combat to pace. So my combat's very fast, but there's a lot of hit points. So there's a lasting effect to the combat. There is. You have more meat on the bones than say old school D&D. But what it doesn't do is have 50 extra attacks per round. I don't need that. 5e doesn't have that either, but 5e has what you call a lot of basically a lot of actions during every combat round. So it drags out combat rounds. Mine is you get a couple actions, that's it, you move on. You move, you get a couple actions. You can't even break up movement. I do that on purpose. So when you move, that's it. You move from here to here. If you use half your movement, that's it. You can use it full or you can use it half, but you can't break up your movement. And then you get a couple actions. And your side gets it, the next side gets it. Initiative is straightforward and doesn't need dice rolls. It's based on a rank system. So if your rank is higher than, say, your enemies, you're going first. There's ways, if your ranks are even with the enemies, player characters will go first. If your ranks are similar to each other as players, certain things like your agility, you know what I mean, your ability scores will affect who goes first between the two player characters, right? So combat's fair. You can do stealth leading into combat. You can do sneak attacks, or you can just basically, once somebody is ready to attack, you're in initiative zone. That's when initiative is called for. But it's Dungeons and Dragons in the way that it feels pretty forward like combat like that. It just, compared to old school D&D, it's the middle ground that I looked for between AD&D 2nd edition and 3rd edition. 3rd edition adds more actions on and prolongs combat for each round. 4th edition does the same thing. 5e gets really bad at it. 2nd edition, very little meat on the bone. Actions are cut down, but there's a lot less back and forth when most players want a little bit more from combat. And that's old school D&D. That's why it doesn't appeal to a lot of players. A lot of players do want a bit more out of combat than just a lot of one-shot kill things or one-shot crippling, right? So it can take a long time to get to where combat is sort of a back and forth. My game is a lot more meat on the bone. So you do feel like you're having fun going back and forth in combat, but it speeds it up by not having you do 50 actions per round. But all the actions are interesting. You can, each different class type or class focus has different things you can do during combat. But I mean, you can only do so much a day. Some things you can just do round per round, right? So some actions are really cool. You can paint up the scene like that, but a lot of damage is going to paint up how the damage goes. So it's, you get your leg cut, you can get to the point where you get minuses on your armor stuff, right? Like on your movement. You can get minuses to attack based on the damage you're taking. So damage is really effective as far as it can cause you stuff, but you can take a fair amount of damage before you're kicked into minuses. All right, so there's combat right there. Is there anything unique about my combat? Like, is it as, did we say, as old school? No. There you go. And there's no roll versus roll. So it is rolling versus you're attacking a target number. So it's all attacking target numbers. When I say attacking target numbers, you're rolling against target numbers to hit. That's it. There's ways to get yourself advantages. There are all kinds of cool, nifty things you can do to keep making your situation better. But it's understandable combat. I'm not trying to recreate the wheel of combat. And with so much combat in games out there, it's hard to recreate the wheel. Well, that's I hope, Philo, if you were listening to me explain it, that's exactly what I just explained, which is you're saying good combat should have flow. Remember what I just said? I don't have that many actions that you're getting stuck for round to round. There's only, it's a straightforward amount of actions per round to keep the fast pace of combat. That's flow. It doesn't force players to just stand there, like you're saying, helpless while being charged. No, you're not at all. There's enough actions. You get benefits from your class focus that you could use. You can just do your base actions, and there's a number of things you could do, but there's not additional actions. There's not like 3 or 4 actions that you're going to have to worry about or do every round. And movement is straightforward. There's a lot of movement, but it's not splitting up movement. So you can move, but you can't move here, attack, and then move again. Basically, the game is saying to you, you can move where you want on your full move, but once you go into action, we're going to assume so much is happening in action that you get locked down in the action. And think about this. The way my game looks at it is it's very just assuming things are happening that we're not mentioning. So you move over to attack, and there's going to be. You're stopping. You're looking to come in. 1 second. We're going to let that go one more ring, my friends. I don't answer scam calls. But no, that's exactly it's there's a lot of movement, but there's not 50 rounds of movement either. It's not like 50 things you can do in movement, because that will slow down the game. Like, if I let you split up your movement and you can move like 2 or 3 different times, all right, we go from 15 minutes of combat to 45 minutes to an hour. Why? Because we're adding up each person playing the game. And extra actions, stated things, taking their time trying to figure out, that will stall. Like, you want to have a fair amount of movement, but once you start letting them break up, now you're stalling for explanations from every player. Now you have to get those explanations and stalling points every single round. If I say, here, you got a fair amount of movement, but you move, and when you stop to attack, that's your round right there. That is, well, of course, you got your movement. You got a fair amount that you can move, right? But at the same time, it's not going to stall then to explanations. I move here, doing this, we do the action. Where are you moving now? Over here. Or you're not sure where you're going to move. And you get stuck on wording, explanation, and this adds up from one round to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next. In old school D&D, all MERP, all move simultaneously. That gives players the possibility to flee or react to someone else move and just stand there helpless and wait for turns like D&D. Well, it depends on how you view it too, Philo. It's like, is everyone just standing there? So your whole view of D&D combat is just false. I'm going to have to call you out on this. Sorry, dude. Everyone is moving simultaneously, right? You're just not doing it all at once instantly as if you're doing MERP. MERP, I've seen fucking people get lost trying to explain. Like, everyone's moving at the same time. Everyone's moving at the same time in D&D. That's where you're confused. It's just it's how you're deciding how things go, right? And you also, as a good DM, you don't get stuck in the idea that they're moving not at the same time. Everyone is sort of doing actions at the same time. So you got to think of it like this. I'm not going to do all the actions at once as far as mechanically take care of them. So when I say I'm coming to your turn, it's not like you're 2 minutes ahead of everyone else. Right. And good DMs will know this, right? So good DMs will know this. They know this. Like, yeah, it's like if it gets to your turn and he's already down, well, dude, you haven't seen him go down right now. You're still in the middle of your action. And you'd be like, well, what do you mean? He went down earlier. He went down earlier. You're all fighting at the same time. Some DMs just calculated it different, but if you actually read the Dungeon Master Guide and go through the stuff, designer intent is, even though you're just getting your action now, it doesn't mean that guy went and did his actions 2 minutes earlier. And you go, oh, a lot of D&D DMs don't do that. So what you're doing is judging D&D based on what you've seen other people carelessly do with it. Right? So I'll tell you what the designers intend and how a proper DM runs the game. Right? So think about like MERP, everything happens at once. Well, everything is happening at once in D&D. Actually, D&D structures that better than MERP does, if you go by designer intent. So sorry, dude. Got to call you on that one. D&D actually does that way better than MERP. way better, right? And so what happens when you're not just standing there helplessly waiting for your turn to D&D? It's not saying, it's like, how can I say? If you're facing two goblins and they can go before you because they're faster, again, it doesn't mean when this guy's turn, he's went 2 minutes before you. It just gets, you can turn and run on your action. If not, the goblins can just swing at you because they're swinging so fast. And that happens in real life fighting, right? Well, okay, fair enough. I'm not trying to be shitty with you here, dude. I'm trying to, like, you have to see it as, it doesn't mean you don't get an opportunity to turn around and run, but it's how fast are you turning and running compared to the actions of the enemies. And you got to be fair to the game. It's easy to say it sucks that they get to swing before you get the action to turn around and run, but they're reacting faster. That's exactly what's happening. And MERP, it's careless. MERP is less organized, right? On that, they shouldn't be doing everything at once like that. Everything, because then you get it blowing up. You get confusion too with game masters. Where you almost have to end up doing what the D&D guy is doing to a point. Break it down. Like, no, all right, guys, hold on. First, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Because it's like the game forgets you're not a fucking machine. It's like, dude, I can't hear you all at once. So I got to sort that out. And what you really do is, if the enemies are going first, it just means they're going first before you. Now, and this is where group initiative can get a little picky for a lot of players. And the game is not meant for group initiative. Even though it says it's optional, it's an option that comes later. You should be doing initiative based on individuals and not group for the game to play more fair. Right. And how quick is your guy? Is he quick enough to fucking turn and run before the creature is going to stab you? Some people's reaction is slow, even in combat. Right? It just is. And so you got to understand that all of these things can be justified in reality if we want to get to the reality base, which I say is unnecessary, but it's, you just got to say one game is not doing it better than the other. One game might be letting you cheap out. Actually, MERP is probably doing it in a terrible way, which is a little unrealistic. But you feel as a gamer, that's a benefit for you getting away easier. And then what matters? If you tell me that's realistic, but it's not, then you realize it's not realistic. Well, then it's unrealistic. But for game's sake, you're getting to get away. Now, if you're okay with that, say that, right? I say the opportunity to get away is there in the game, but it does come down to calculating things like how quick are you compared to the people going to attack you. And D&D is just holding you to it. It's holding you to how fast you are compared to your enemy. And then it gets down to, how do you want to group it? Do you want to treat it more like a game or more simulate reality? You'll do it individual if it's a simulate reality. If you're okay with the gaming aspect, you got to take the shit with the, you got to sort of take some crap with it. that's part of it. It's like, if you tell, hey players, are you okay with group initiative? Yeah. Well, things might not be perfect under those conditions, dude. Designer never intended for it to be group initiative in that way. They expect everyone to roll separately. So that can happen with group initiative. I just say make sure the player characters are rolling separate. So maybe your character can go before the enemy, but the others have to face it. And is there a delay? It's not a delay. It's stop looking at game time as the real time happening in the game. It just means everyone's going at first, but your guy was really fast. He turns and runs. Your friends are just being slow. They're going to turn and run, but they're going to get stabbed first. Right? Or, you know what I mean? Or it's basically from the front. You've already turned your back on the enemy and started running. That happens, dude. Sometimes you're just going to react faster than your friends. That's why they have that idea in the zombie joke is you don't have to outrun the enemy. You have to outrun your friend. You get what I'm saying? And D&D is just saying, well, guess what? You got some friends that are going to be slow. Outrun them. You'll be better off. So it's a shitty thing, but it's not something you say is crappy about the game. Not in any legit way, right? It holds itself up. You might not like it as a player that you're going to be stalled out, but you can definitely find a bunch of justified reasons why that would happen. So it's just, if you're like, man, it's a little easier sneaking out of the combat and not getting caught in this unrealistic way of MERP. I prefer the gamey aspect of it. Okay, all right, well, say that. Because that's what's happening. So I always tell people that it's like you just, because a lot of people do combat or in D&D. They're like, man, it's taking forever to get to me. I'm like, no, dude, actually everything is happening at once. It's just I can't do everything at once like a fucking machine, dude. So for me to make sure everything is accurately happening, it's just like everything's happening in like a minute or 2 minute period. But for me to paint that picture correctly, I have to go to each player. What's your action? Oh, here's the action. Here's the action. Okay. Here's what happened the first minute on your action. Okay. Go back. Here's what's happening to you. Here's what's happening to you. I got to do it that way. It's only 2 minutes going by. So it's not like 2 minutes and then 2 minutes and then, you know what I mean? It's not like it's 8 minutes in, like, oh, it's taking 8 minutes to get to me. But in the game, it's everything's happening to you all at the same time. So you can get players to separate that from the gimmick. Even though I don't mind MERP. Actually, talk about Rollmaster. Is there, as we know, it's D1 percentile, D100 plus offensive bonus, and defensive bonus when you're doing the thing. Each weapon will have like its own unique, attack chart. So how combat works: roll initiative, roll D100, add offensive bonus, subtract defender's defensive bonus. Look up the final result on the appropriate weapon attack table. The table determines concussion hits, normal damage, whether a critical hit occurs. If a critical is scored, roll another D100 on the appropriate critical table. Slash, crush, puncture, heat, cold, electricity, and others. Criticals are ranked from A through E, E being the most severe. Criticals can inflict bleeding, broken bones, lost limbs, stuns, knockdown, instant death. And basically, combat will feel like highly tactical under these conditions, if that matters to you, and extremely like detailed, brutally lethal. Every weapon feels different because it has its own attack table. The famous critical tables create memorable combat moments. Very. So when we get to Rollmaster, it doesn't mean there's not a basic side to Rollmaster. It's not all like there is sort of a basic attack that can happen, basic damage. It's not always critical, but man, when you hit the criticals, the game really goes into the details. And that's sort of how I work, how I started working D&D. It basically, you can do a normal attack, do a normal hit, and okay, you'll get a minor cut. I'll get some details there, but I'll treat it very minor. These are minor cuts, minor wounds. It's only when you finally hit what I would call critical damage, like a percentage of the body, especially, right? Or just a critical hit. I would then put potential negatives in there. Somebody, knocks you down. Somebody cuts deep into your arm this time, and your arm like is hanging, or it's damaged so much you're going to take a -2 attack. Or it could be that you're getting stabbed in the leg, so I'm going to give a small minus to your armor class during the fight, during that moment. That you're going to have to deal with. That's the type of damage you take, and every time you take the type of critical damage percentage of your body or actual critical hit, most of the time, it's going to lead to minuses for your character. And you can take enough minuses that you feel like you're almost out of the fight before you're out of the fight, right? Well, that's exactly how I started treating it. Rollmaster does sort of give you that idea, and it's good for the imagination too. I mean, like it paints up the combat so well that you're no longer just hearing hit, miss from a DM. Right. Well, we're talking about Rollmaster, but taking this concept over to D&D and why I think the Rollmaster concept is so good. It paints up the imagination. Your guy sitting there like limping with the leg, hurt, or you got a broken arm, your thing, or you get your fucking arm chopped off. It's the visuals, the brutal visuals that go into your mind, but it's not just brutal, it's just the visual. And so I took that and even used it in minor damage. So that's why I'll say you get a slash across your leg or a slash across your stomach, or somebody sticks in your arm a bit, like your shoulder gets cut a little bit. I realized not just the critical damage, but all damage. If you turn it into something physical, but it's minor physical and minor attacks, it's still visual. And I explain things like you get cut in the arm a little bit, but it's not like a minus. But I'll be like, you feel like the warm blood going down your arm. Like there's blood, and you can feel like that warm blood going down your arm as you're fighting. I realized that's what Rollmaster gave to me. It wasn't just the brutality. It was enhancing the imagination during combat by using detailed damage. Like it's all brutal in a certain way, but if you get what I mean by that, Philo, it wasn't just that I just took the brutality away from it, but it's taken that idea of creating visual and then even adding the feel to it. Like that's how I do with the feel with the rain. I started adding details like that. Like you get the slice across, you can feel blood going down your stomach. I would start adding seeded details so you can have an idea of what it would feel like to have the blood coming out of your body, right? And not bleeding. I wasn't treating it like constant bleeding in that way, more like a feel there. But a visual explanation of a cut across the stomach or cut across the leg and blood going down. Then if it gets really brutal, you get like stabbed into the fucking leg where you're fucking limping and the fucking pain shoots through your leg like a sharp pain. And now you're affected. You get a minus to your armor, say class in D&D. You could even take so much damage from the body. I would count it as either a broken bone, depending on what was swinging, like say a club came at you, like breaking your arm, or you could get your arm chopped off, or even fucking leg chopped off in my game if there's enough damage, right? And so it was adding a sort of an experience with the combat that wasn't just hit, miss. And I preach this at all the DMs I've ever talked to, because ever since I started doing that, and then I add little things in too. There's another element that is not just something Rollmaster, but something I do. I make sure you hear grunts, groans, comments from enemies, growling, like actual reactions that you would hear from beings, that you're fighting, like the crying out as you're stabbing them. Like just imagine a goblin like, no, I don't want to die. I don't want to, like just some screaming thing. Like, but it's meant to be surreal, but it is also meant to give you a sense of realism that you're getting sounds, you're getting feels, and Rollmaster inspires this. It doesn't do everything I just suggested, but it makes me turn combat into something more than hit, miss. And that change in combat, I preached every DM afterwards, because every player I met that would say, D&D combat bores me. I'd be like, okay, because I prefer social interaction. Then they get into my game and they get into combat, and then it's dramatic. And then it's role playing. And they realize my combat is part of role playing. Like it's not just hit board game anymore. It's like, dude, it's dramatic to be in your fights. Like it's crazy in the right way. And I got compliments from all kinds of people that told me beforehand they didn't like D&D combat. The second they were into that, they were realizing, man, I got the guy is screaming at me, blood's coming down my body. Like the visuals are there. Basically, they just realized I enhanced it by adding all these elements to combat. And so they went from I don't like combat to yours is fine. And I don't use charts, but what you got to do is be fair and be consistent on the way you apply things to the enemies and to them. And once you gain trust from your players, which I do in all cases, uh, they're no longer judging that you're being unfair to them. Like, they're not even no longer. They just don't, period. They just got to trust you. Trust is a major factor, but I build that up all the time, so I'm not worried about it. But yeah, that's sort of what Rollmaster helped me do with combat, was make combat something more than just a board game. And then little explanations, like trying to remind players that get too simplistic in their views about combat. Like, dude, it's been like when does it get to me if I'm explaining something? Like, dude, it's everything's happening at once. Take a breather. Like, understand, I can't do everybody at once, nor am I meant to. And even if you try with MERP, it blows up on a lot of guys because they get confused. The worst thing is to confuse your game master with too many people stating shit. It still turns into the MERP guy still needing to go from you to the next person, to the next person, to the next person to get the details. What are you doing? Okay. Now, if they try to do it all at once, man, that can blow up too. I'd rather just do the interaction with one person and have you focus on your action or whatever you want to do on your thing coming up. Give you a minute. So you have no excuses. I'm just rushing you to this shit. But MERP was attempting something. I think it's a little messy at times. But could you cheap out with it and try to get away right away? Yeah. But you'll be cheaping out. And sometimes it can be unrealistic on the MERP side, in that aspect. D&D is going to hold you to your feet to the fire as a player. So sometimes it's a simulation of reality that's catching you. Now, what about the timing of old school or the rounds of my game? So I definitely went and stuck old school for rounds from Neo TTRPG System. People like, so how long is your round? A minute. Like, dude, but it only takes so many seconds. No. I go back to the old school mindset. Why is things lasting from, like, I don't care like how realistic it is on certain things, but I'm like, I'm going to assume that a lot's happening outside of just swinging the sword or doing the attack. Like, a lot. And it's also going to give time for things like, I'm not going to penalize you for saying something to the enemy before you swing. And be like, well, yeah, because that would mean I take more than 6 seconds or 10 seconds or something. I'm like, yeah, but it's because we can make that part of the assumption of actions that are happening and things happening. So there's a lot of things that you could just ignore that could be just assumed into what's happening outside of your basic swinging. And then I don't care about on the round for the minute thing. This is where I'm unforgiving about sticking to pure reality. Because I like the idea that I just count a round as a minute in the game. Because I find it works better for the game. Period. Right? Period. Because they say, well, if you only have 6 seconds, what happens? Well, go to 5 AD&D. And then you see, because it's only so many seconds, now there's this action, this action, this action, this action. And now your rounds in real life time take longer to get through as a player and DM in combination. And you go from a simple 1 minute round that takes you into a 15-minute fight to now the round is cut down, but the 15-minute in real life fight now turns into an hour and 30 minutes. So what used to be 15 minutes is now an hour and 30 minutes. I'm like, okay, don't need that. I want to go back down to where, yes, okay, my fights, the 15-minute quick fight in old AD&D second edition might take you 30 minutes of mine, maybe 20 to 30 minutes instead, but it's not going to take you an hour and a half. And I hope that players appreciate there's a little bit more back and forth. It's not over that quick. There's more meat on the bone, more opportunities, more survival opportunities, but it's still brutal. Right. And you can die pretty much right away at the end of your hit points. So it still keeps the brutality, but also I do have a chart in the game. I have a chart for damage. You'd appreciate this as Mr. Chartmaster guy. I don't have 50 charts. But when you do failures or critical attacks or like heavy damage, there is charts that go into the detail of the type of damage you take for sure, where it's like brutal damage or brutal failure. So I do have some charts in the game, right? But there you go. That's that. So Heroes Unlimited primarily it resolves combat with a D20. It's D20 plus strike bonuses. The defender may respond with an active defense rolling, parry, dodge, automatic dodge. So in this game, the person you're swinging at can actually make a roll against what you're doing. So each defense also uses defense plus defensive bonuses. The defender must beat the attacker's modified strike roll to avoid being hit. Combat is divided into melee rounds, and each character receives multiple attacks per melee round. The exact number depends on character level, hand-to-hand combat training, superpowers, and certain special attacks. Now, I like the idea of more than one attack in a round. So just to actually go back to my own game, I give out action points. And now, don't get it wrong, there are a number of things you could do that use up the action points. But there's two, and at least two, and you can get more depending on what you're doing or your character. But there's a lot of multiple attack options in the game. You could do 2 swings, 2 shots with the arrows, 2 this, 2 that. Or you can spend your 2 action points on more major attacks that can do more damage, shit like this. But I always like the idea of multiple attacks. Like, it feels like there's a bit more boom, 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 like not just swing, swing, over, right? During each attack, the attacker rolls a strike. The defender decides whether to parry, dodge, or automatic dodge if available. So that can be automatic, like a normal number. The defender rolls their chosen defense. If the defense fails, the attack hits roll weapon damage or supernatural strength damage. The armor is worn. It's normal. It normally absorbs damage first. Once the armor is destroyed, further damage is applied directly to the character. So in the game, you can actually have armor soaking up a lot. And that's actually interesting because it just means you're not just totally getting cut up right away. And it makes sense. And the characters will repeat this process until everyone has used up all their attacks for the melee round. The combat field. Fast once players know their abilities. Very interactive because defenders are constantly making choices. So it's not just the person getting attacked sits back and waits to see the outcome. They have a number of choices they can make to try to defend against it, and they can actively make dice rolls just like the attacker. Characters become significantly stronger as they gain more attacks per melee round. Superpowers can dramatically alter how a character fights. Armor provides meaningful protection by absorbing damage before the hero is injured. So it's a mix of it's a back and forth between the people fighting, right? And armor is actually absorbing damage, so you're not just taking it all at once. It definitely makes Heroes Unlimited feel a bit more back and forth in that way. Combat can actually be very fun. Like a lot of fun. And it's more simple than the later Palladium. And I like the more simplistic way of dealing with it. Can you detail out damage? Yeah, but I mean, it's look, I'll be real with you. It's not going to be Rollmaster. You take damage until you're dead. But the idea is these are heroes that can take some damage until they're dead. You have to ignore that. You can't expect Rollmaster, the graphic fight stuff we talked about with D&D and Rollmaster to be applied to everything. Most games do not do that. Let's be real with each other. Everybody here listening. But is it still fun in its own way? Can DMs add that you're getting punched hard in the chest? Can they add details? Yeah, and I mean, they could give you minuses if they want to. If they want to make that a thing. It's what I do with D&D. I don't ask the rules for permission to the way I run D&D combat. I run it the way I want. You can't find the way I told people or told you how I run D&D combat. You won't find that in the books. Like, there's no rules for taking damage and taking minuses in that way. It is just hit, miss until you're dead. Right. And very few times do you get situations where you take minuses. That's me just forcefully applying that into combat, right? But I do like this because it definitely does make you feel like you can last a bit more. There's a more meat on the bone because the armor is going to absorb so much of the damage. And it does feel like a lot of back and forth. Like you feel like you're fighting the other person. I don't mind the idea with the defender rolling. It's not bad. It's not required, but for a hero game, for a unique hero game like this, where there's a lot of these one-on-one fights, it can be more effective. In group fighting, where you're like fighting in D&D, it's not as important. But if you're going around as superheroes, where you're getting into a lot of one-on fights with villains and shit like this, it can work for that and work for it really well. But it's basic. Remember, most combat is meant to be basic. Now let's get into the Legends of the Five Rings. So it's basically it's you're rolling d10s, right? So you roll so many d10s and you keep the ones that are successful. Like for example, it'd be like 6K3. You roll 6 d10s, keep the best 3, add those 3 together. Only kept dice can explode. So if you roll a 10, they can explode so you can get further rolls. Whenever a kept die roll is a 10, roll it again and add new results. Multiple explosions are possible. So basically, when you roll a 10, say you roll your dice and you get all these successes, you keep, or not even successes, you just get high numbers. But say out of the 3 you've rolled a 10 on one of the d10s. You can roll that again. You can keep adding that up. And you're trying to get a total number to overtake a target number. Roll your attack using the roll and keep system. So roll and keep is this. It's not like you're rolling for successes in the same way. You're just rolling and you can keep your highest dice, your highest rolls, right? And then you add those up. Again, if you roll a 10 out of the many rolls that you're making with the d10s, that's called an exploding dice. So you can roll that again, and you can now add that into that total, that combo total. But you can only keep so many dice from your rolls. So you roll multiple, you get to keep 3. Then you can roll the explosions. They can be added into the total. Your thing is to compare total against opponent's armor target number. And if your total added up with the additional rolls from the exploding dice or whatever, or just say the 3 dice you've chosen give you a number that's higher than the target number, you hit. So if successful, roll weapon damage using another roll and keep formula. Armor makes characters harder to hit by increasing their armor target number and may also reduce incoming damage depending on the armor worn. Apply wounds and any resulting wound penalties. So what does that mean? It just means that there's a bit of soaking up by the armor, right? So it's another game where armor soaks up. As their characters become injured, wound penalties make every future action more difficult, creating a strong sense of momentum during combat. This is where they're actually trying to do something that I do with the D&D game. This is why I like Legends of the Five Rings in this way. When you take damage here, you're taking minuses. Like, so the more you're wounded up, the more minuses you're taking during combat. Like hit points, your health is your body. So as you're taking damage, you're being bled out, dude. And you got to deal with that during combat. Like you get struck, you're not just getting struck, you're getting hurt. And you're getting hurt to the point, it's not exactly like Rollmaster with Broken Bones, but it definitely is effective on the body. That's where I was telling Philo he might appreciate this game because he likes a little bit of, it's the idea that's graphic. He likes the idea of wounding stuff and stuff actually affecting your body, like brutal, fast combat. This is actually really fast. And it does feel brutal. The brutality comes from the fact that you have to acknowledge the damage happening to your character's body. You don't have to detail out exactly, but it's mental. It's more of a mental. You understand because he's taken damage. He is slowed down. and you see it as wounds because it's treating hit points not like exhaustion, but like it's part of the body. So the brutality is more felt than always explained in detail. You can put some details in there as a game master, but it's more mentally felt. Like your guy's getting cut down, like he's fucking been cut up. You don't even have to put words to that. You can just know, like my guy's like limping right now. That can be explained or assumed into the thing, right? So Legends of the Five Rings sort of starts hinting and leaning into the stuff I was doing with D&D. And it leans into what Rollmaster was doing. Rollmaster was wise for understanding this was important. So I think Philo would appreciate this. It's most games are not going to be the Chartmaster stuff, but they simplified what Rollmaster was trying to do with combat, which I think needed to be done. I'm not trying to insult Rollmaster, but I agree with Philo. If you get the charts out and you could just follow them really quickly and get to smooth gameplay, fine. Though for most people, for them to reenact some of that, doing what I do through assumptions or doing it here, which is sort of simplified how you do it, but you're still doing it like a feel. That's important. So combat feel for this game for Legends of the Five Rings is fast-paced, highly cinematic, very diddly. Samurai duels can be decided by a single successful strike in this game. Wound penalties mean an injured warrior steadily becomes less effective as the fight continues, to the point where you can be on your knees and done before the fight is even before you're dead, which is something you can happen in Rollmaster because it can be so brutal that your arm is cut off, your fucking legs are fucking barely standing, you're down to one knee, like the fight is over for you and your character's still alive. That's how brutal Rollmaster can be, and you can apply that idea to other games. So what about like Didlands? Didlands, the Weird West. I always go to earlier editions. I don't go. So this is the 1996 version. Didland uses a step die system where traits and skills are rated by different dice: D4, D6, D8, D10, D12. Most combat rolls combine appropriate trait and combat skill with the exact roll depending on the situation. The result is compared to a target number, which is often 5, though the range, cover, lighting, movement, and other circumstances can modify it. So we're going against another target number system. You don't always have to recreate the wheel for a lot of combat. Combat is pretty straightforward. There's only really so many ways to approach it. Target number is quite classic. I do a target number in my game. A signature feature of the system is the raise for every 5 points your roll exceeds target number. You earn a raise representing an exceptional success that often improves the outcome. Didlands was this idea of like you're playing a bit of a poker game, right? So how combat works. Initiative is determined by drawing player cards from a standard deck. So initiative in Didlands is interesting. You use a deck of cards, you draw, and certain suits are considered less important and more important. And so I think the clubs is the top, I forget exactly. But I think just say, for example, King of Hearts is considered a lower suit. And you draw the King of Hearts and somebody else draws the King of Clubs. They go before you because the suit, not just the high card, is considered more valuable, right? And of course, Ace, King, Queen, Jack is going to be the highest cards in the thing. So if somebody drew, like, say, a 7 of clubs and you drew a Jack of clubs is going first, right? Just important. So they do high, and you hold on to your card, usually, sometimes, depends on the person running it, but so higher card acts first, while jokers grant special bonuses. So if you draw a joker, that's unique. You declare your action. Roll appropriate trait and combat skills against target number. If successful, roll weapon damage. Compare the damage against the target's size and toughness. A little bit of natural soaking. Attack may inflict wind representing fatigue and minor punishments, wounds, serious injuries, incapacitations, or death if enough damage is inflicted. So think about it like this. If you only do a little bit of, damage, it's fatigue. So if you only do so much, it's considered not that effective on the character. If you do wounded damage, like real wounds, that's serious injuries. That stuff can affect your character. If it gets any higher than that, it can be put you down or death. So the combat's very dangerous in Deadlands and can end really quickly. Players may spend fate chips to re-roll dice, reduce wounds, or influence events, meaning they could try to get it where they go first. They could reduce the amount of damage you're taking down to, say, from wounds down to something like just fatigue damage, or even re-roll their own attacks, right? Like I missed, could I re-roll? But you only get so much of these. So when you play them, that's it, but you get a chance. Combat feel for this game is fast and cinematic. Playing cards initiative keeps every round unpredictable because you can keep drawing them, but it's very straightforward. There's no ties. There's no two kings of clubs, for example, right? There's only one. Raises reward exceptional rolls through the game. So when you make an exceptional roll, you can do something special with it. Firearms are extremely dangerous, can end the fight right away. Fate chips give players a chance to survive otherwise deadly encounters. Again, you only get so many. So don't just think you can always survive deadly stuff all the time. So use them wisely. Or just use them when you have to, right? But either way, you're going to run out at one point, and then it's like next time, okay, that's not going to save you. Pendragon. Pendragon primarily uses a D20 roll under system. Most actions, including combat, are resolved by rolling D20 equal to or under your skill. Rolling exactly your skill is normally a critical success. So if your skill is, say, 17, you roll a 17, that's critical, while rolling a 20 is usually a fumble. You drop your sword. How combat works. Combat is resolved as an opposed exchange with both combatants effectively attacking at the same time. It's a weird thing. You're both going to swing, right? Roll initiative. Both combatants declare their actions. Both roll D20 against their weapon skill. Compare the results. If only one succeeds, that combatant lands the blow. If both succeed, higher successful roll wins the exchange. Meaning, we'll finish it off. If both fail, neither combatant scores a hit. So you can potentially both do damage. In some cases, if damage is so brutal on the first attack, the other guy might not count at all. Right, but you are trying to see who swings first. That guy might be knocked to the side with the attack. It gets a little complicated. But then you roll weapon damage anyway. If both hit, right, roll weapon damage. Or no, sorry, if one guy hits, roll weapon damage. What am I saying? Armor directly reduces the damage taken, so you get more soak damage. This is a lot of games do this, where they soak up the damage coming in. Remaining damage is applied to the character. Critical hit normally ignores armor, making it especially dangerous even in this heavily protected night. So it's like basically what it's saying is a critical hit, well, you can't soak it up. So the damage that comes from that is brutal, right? The combat feel for, now it's sort of weird. They don't care about combat so much here. You're both going to swing. Potentially, both can be doing damage. Both can miss. So combat's very dangerous no matter who it is. Combat is meant to be dangerous in Pendragon. It's something you can't avoid, and you got to deal with the consequences. And the game is not saying avoid combat. It's definitely not D&D. You don't want to have like 50 combats like through a dungeon. But it is saying that the game doesn't care if you're protected from combat, because the drama of the damage you take from combat, like the scars, are meant to be part of the game. Like, Pendragon's a storytelling game. Character death is deeply important to the game. It's actually important to the game. It's actually important to the storytelling, that you're facing potential death all the time, and living on that edge is something the game wants you to do. The game actually thinks that part of the storytelling, living on the edge, is important. And it doesn't protect your characters, because the way the storytelling is you can say you take over a family member later. It could just end the game, but potentially you could have had a kid before you went out during the winter. So now you could time jump and play the child as he turns into a teen. Combat feel. Every exchange feels like a duel rather than alternating turns because you're both swinging at the same time. Armor is extremely valuable and often keeps knights alive. The better your armor, the more it's going to soak up that damage so you don't get to face the major consequences. Without armor, combat becomes brutally lethal. You can die almost right away. The system emphasizes courage, honor, and the realities of medieval warfare, meaning the game wants combat to be extremely dangerous for you to partake in for storytelling. Because it's, think about playing a knight in like the old Britannia thing. It's meant to be living on the edge, and it wants you not just to be telling a story, but it expects you to be feeling it, right? So it's meant to be fucking dangerous, extremely dangerous. Combat is extreme. You don't ignore character death or avoid it, and the game makes you run into it face first. And there's ways to, like, the armor is very important. So it does make armor extremely important because armor soaks up. But without it, game over in most fights. Like, you're going to get hit by a sword, you're done. Now, so I'm giving you a wide variety of how combat looks. Traveler is dangerous for different reasons, right? You get a bit of, how can I say, back and forth with Heroes Unlimited. You get your Rollmaster where it really comes out and details the fight out graphically in your mind. You get to the Legend of the Five Rings. It's more like a fast-paced game where it's actually giving you a bit more meat on the bone, but it's also making combat dangerous in a different way. It's sort of leaning into what Rollmaster does. So combat can be dangerous in different ways. Like, it can just hurt you a lot. And in some cases, it can just kill you really easily. Right. So, and then what does a story game actually do with combat? Well, and character depth. A story game actually values these things. So when you're doing a storytelling, if your storytelling concept is to ignore character depth, you're missing a vital point of it's actually important. It becomes a bad argument. Okay, World of Darkness. World of Darkness. Dice mechanic. World of Darkness uses dice pools of D10s, something like what I was talking about with the another game. So to perform an action, combine attribute plus ability. The total determines how many D10s you roll. Sounding familiar? Each die that equals or exceeds difficulty number counts as a success. So in the other game where it was D10s, it's you just take the highest numbers you have to add them up. You just pick what you want. This one is about successes, right? So you have to hit certain numbers. The default difficulty is often 6, although it varies depending on the task. So it can be more or even less, depending on if the game master wants to make it less. Like, it's easier to perform this one. 6 might be the standard. He could say it's 4, right? Or he could even say it's 7 or 8. And you're going to roll a number of D10s trying to mainly get 6, right? If you're on default. The original storyteller system, ones can cancel successes, making even skilled characters vulnerable to bad luck. So you don't want to roll ones. They can actually start killing you. They can counter what you're doing. The more successes you achieve, the better the outcome. How combat actually works overall. Combat generally follows this sequence. Roll initiative, declare actions, roll your attack dice pool, typically attribute plus combat ability. If the attack hits, roll your weapon or attack damage dice pool. Defender rolls a soak dice pool. So it's not like you roll to counter the attack, but you will actually roll to counter the damage coming from the attack. So there is a soak here, right? So soak dice, usually based on stamina, sometimes modified by armor or supernatural ability. So it's saying armor can soak. Naturally, you can soak by basically the way you move and not taking serious damage. And then there are certain abilities you can possibly have that will actually soak up as well, right? So you do a counter roll to the attacker, but not to the attack, but actually just to the damage coming in. Any damage not soaked is applied as health levels. Characters progress through health levels such as bruised, hurt, injure, wound, maul, cripple, or incapacitate him. As injuries accumulate, wound penalties reduce the effectiveness of future dice pools, making prolonged fights increasingly dangerous. Meaning, at first, you could soak up quite a bit, right? But the more hurt you are, you won't exactly have to face all these minuses to your character, say, fighting exactly. But now there's minuses to how well you can soak up damage. So it's like you soaked up a bit this time, but you got really hurt. Now you're going to take more damage. Less soaking, less soaking, less soaking. And that's a speed up combat. That's not too bad. I don't mind that with World of Darkness. It is a idea. Look, this can slow down how things are going to go at the start. You can take a lot of soaking. That means there's a lot of health to drain. If you had to keep doing that exact system, that would take a long time. But the idea that that can be cut down and reduced speeds up the combat just a bit. Combat feel. Dice pools emphasize degrees of success rather than simple pass-fail results. Soak rolls give defenders a chance to reduce incoming damage to make the fighting back and forth a bit more. Wound penalties steadily wear characters down during combat. Supernatural powers can dramatically change how combat unfolds. Fights are tense, cinematic, and often far deadlier than they first appear. So again, as you're going into the fight, you think it's going to last a bit, but no, man, it can speed up to that part where it gets really deadly in the game. There. When you get to 5e D&D combat, it's my problem. Like what I just told all you guys is there. If you notice, there's a lack of a lot of actions during the combat. You attack, you can soak, you get attacked, you can roll against each other, you can roll at the same time. But I want you guys to all notice that almost all these combat systems don't have you doing 4 to 5 actions in a combat round. Like you attack, the guy moves, you get another attack. Like it's all these additional, actions you can do during combat is what prolongs WotC D&D combat. And it can sound good, but it's one of these things where simulating certain things destroys the experience. So what's old school gaming trying to do most of the time? It's not that it's trying to be perfect, it's trying to simulate. And I mean simulate not to be exact, but simulate feel, which is important. I actually think a lot of old school games get closer to right than they think, which is trying to simulate the feel of combat, which is create the illusion of real, which is more necessary to me. That's sort of what MERP does too. MERP is, it doesn't do exact, so I get why Philo might like that concept, but it's the feel more than being exactly right. D&D is more about simulating it correctly. MERP is more about simulating a feel. Speed factor. That's important. So you got to understand the difference. That's the illusion of real compared to sometimes D&D was trying to simulate purely real. So when I was saying that to you, Philo, that D&D has it more right as far as if you want to go into the how it might actually be going. It's not that you're wrong to like MERP slightly better, because MERP is trying to give you a feel, and you're talking about, it feels like I can get away. It feels like that. And in the game, there is an opportunity. But it is trying to give you a feel more than just be accurate. Right? D&D is trying to be accurate to the detail. Right? Then you get to WotC, and WotC goes further into the accuracy. And so I'm not against 5, I don't criticize 5e for being unrealistic. I criticize 5e combat for making the game experience secondary to being realistic. Like that's my criticism of 5e. So if you said, well, 5e is realistic, I would be like, yeah, but it's you never put realism ahead of the experience. So if speeding combat up would be better, you eliminate anything that prolongs it. It's like my gunplay. This is what I was trying to tell Miles and other people about guns. Some early games where I would roll with guns, you'd make more than one dice roll, but it would prolong how you're using the gun, how long it takes. And so guns should be like bang, 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 because they work like that, right? In some cases. But here you are, where it's like bang, roll, roll. Okay, this is the outcome. The pace of shooting kills the feel of shooting with the gun, like it would be in life. Like you might be with a shotgun, bang, bang. Like I want to experience that in the tabletop role-playing game rather than bang, roll, roll. What's the outcome? Oh, soaked. Okay, all right. Oh, now I make the next roll. Okay, bang. Even though really my guy is going bang, bang, bang. Merp is not doing something terrible. I actually do appreciate what Merp is trying to do by trying to get everything happening at once. It's trying to speed it up because combat is happening fast. So it's trying to go for a feel of speed, like it's all happening at once. Boom, 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 boom. Merp is like boom, 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 boom. But it's going to give up a little bit of the proper simulation of combat for the sake of creating a feel of combat, which is fast, bang through, right? When I went to my Neo TTRPG system, I knew that I want to go back to that old school approach of, I want some slight bit of, let me make sure it's right. How can I apply the simulation where it keeps some realism, but how can I go ahead and make sure the feel of whatever you're doing feels like a certain thing. Like it feels like you're shooting the gun. The one movement, like how fast we get through a turn. So instead of having you split up movement, I want to give you a move to here, take your action. And there's not 50 actions. Move to here, take your action, move on. And that speed to combat is to make combat a little faster and faster. And I think that's good. So it's a simulation of a mix of simulating the feel while trying to get some of the reality in there. But understand that the feel is more important overall. The illusion of reality is more important than just having the dice or the rules exactly seem to answer for every detail. But then find a way, like it's like with my guns. If you roll the critical failure, all the possible things like your gun jamming up, it's all in that chart. There's a failure chart. So when you hit certain things, it's like, okay, now all the bad things that can happen with the gun are there. You can, boom, shoot the gun that goes back like that on you and you fucking drop your gun like it's just bad. It's blowing up, right? It can jam on you, stuff like this. But if you don't roll the critical failure, don't worry about it. And it's D100 that you're rolling on. So the chances that you're going to be hitting frequent critical failures is very low. And there's intent to that. I've actually done that on purpose. I went to D100 instead of D20 for the idea of there's less overall big successes and less overall major critical failures. Most of the time you're in that middle ground, and it's to keep a certain pace going where you can just shoot most of the time. Like the chances that you're constantly hitting critical failures doesn't mean you won't, but the consistency of hitting critical failures is a lot lower than, say, hitting critical successes or failures with the D20. So I stretch it out on purpose so you're hitting more the middle zone most of the time. And critical failure is 1. So if you roll a 2, not a critical failure. If you roll 99, not a critical success. So the idea is it keeps the game momentum moving, right? Because you're not always needing to worry, what's critical success do? Oh, that's going to be kick-ass. Or critical failure. I mean, I get the benefits and the negatives, and they're there. But just the amount of times you're hitting them is lower. So that means pace of what you're doing is faster, right? And it's simple. My whole game is against target number, but that means for everything. And I simplified the dice mechanic that way, just so I don't want people focus on that. I want to focus on the gameplay that I'm putting in there and other concepts within the game. So I want to, like, say your player doing a skill and a dice roll is needed. You're rolling against the target number, and it's higher. That's not percentage. It's not percentile. It's just rolling the D100 like it's a D20. So it's like if your skill is, you got to roll like 60, you got to roll 60 or above to succeed. If you're attacking the enemy has an armor target number. So if they had a 60 again, you got to roll 60 or above. And then I do limitations on bonuses. So you can't have like pluses forever, right? There's just a limitation. You can have up to a plus 100. Any pluses beyond that is not counted. And once your pluses are added in, any negatives coming in cannot be countered by extended pluses. They'll eat into the pluses that you're able to count. So say potentially the math says you could have a plus 120. Well, you can only have a plus 100. So you get your plus 100. Say you get a negative 20 to that dice roll. What about that uncounted 20 from the 120? Can that counter the negative 20? No. The plus 100 is what's going to have to counter the negative. So now you're only working with the plus 80. Right? So there's a limitation on purpose, so it doesn't blow up and maintains at a certain number. It's pretty simple and straightforward. Everything is versus target number. The exceptions would be, like, say, duration of a spell, damage of the weapons you're doing is based on D6 and D10s. And so my entire game is D6 and D10s. It's D100, but you can use 2 D10s to do all, like, treat them like a D100. So as long as you have D6s and D10s, you can play any Neo TTRPG system. Period. You're good. And I wanted to go over the combat because old school is a lot different, but it does vary in soaking. So we talked about soaking damage, which is important, like soak versus target number. And, yes, you can do hit, miss. I think that's boring combat. We talked about Rollmaster being brutal and whatnot. We talked about Legends of the Five Rings because I want to talk about speed and combat too. That's a very fast game. And speed's very important. Heroes Unlimited does a bit more soaking, but it focuses more on the one-on-one fightings and, say, group fighting, which is important. Most games focus on a lot of one-on-one fighting. Then we focus on dangerous combat that is not about soaking at all. Like Traveler is not a soaking. Traveler is a bad. You want to avoid combat. So most games, combat is something where if you try to play a role-playing game like it's a video game, will come back on you. Well, that was the Rollmaster thing. And I agree with you. That's why I adjusted how I did D&D combat. I mean, me and you agree there, 100%, Philo. I think it's really effective to have some other elements in there, stun, knock back, like knocking people out. I totally agree with that. Though, I have to say, it doesn't mean that all combat systems are going to be bad without exactly some of that stuff. But could they be improved by having? Oh, yeah, of course. Oh, yeah. But Legends of the Five Rings, would you still have fun playing the game, regardless of the fact that they might not have every detail in there? Yeah, you would. And knowing you would enjoy the combat. The combat does feel diddly, even though it's not all description. It is more like at least you feel the wounds are affecting your character, right? Should lead players if they were just acting in a cool action movie. Like, yeah, like the idea of, like, I get what you're saying. Like, he gets knocked back onto his ass. Now, this is where I do add stuns and knockdowns for D&D. Like, the way I play it off is like, So say you roll a 1, you can fall on your face, but you can also just get knocked back by getting kicked really hard. If somebody does a call shot and does it to the head, I count that. Not every game handles that stuff. Very few games do. Rollmaster is obviously the exception here, Philo. So most games are not applying that stuff. Let's just be real about that. Uh, Chartmaster does. It does it in a unique way. I do it with D&D, but I do it in ways where it's like if you're getting hit with a club with a critical hit, let alone you're taking damage, I'm going to have you like fucking flailing back onto your ass, right? In many cases, making a dexterity check. I will count all the reality into the impact you're taking. If somebody does a call shot on the head and aims there, I'll do that. And that is something I actually effectively put into the game. Actually, in my Neo TTRPG system, everything you're talking about is in there. Everything. Like getting hit in the head, the stuns, the how it affects you. It's all there, baby. It's all there. I wouldn't just do it with D&D and then not apply it to my own game, right? So yeah, I definitely applied the way I run combat into my Neo TTRPG system. So it's all there. It's not done so much with. It has some charts. It definitely is a bit of a chart leaning. There's a bit of a chart thing, but it's not rolling on charts. It's more like giving you small charts of like, if you've taken this much damage, this is what that means. This is how much it affects you. Is there stuns? Yes, there's stuns. There's stuns in spells, in combat, and fighting, everything. So everything we've been talking about from Rollmaster and what I do with D&D is all applied to my game. Not that that's a big issue, but you're just saying overall, you think any game would be benefited by these things. True. Though I would never say make that the need be to think a game is good or even good feel in combat. I would still put games like Deadlands, I think you'd like a lot, even though it doesn't have exactly the stuff. You'd still wouldn't mind the feel to combat. You'd still appreciate it. Legend of the Five Rings definitely makes you feel like there's a feeling of degrading on the body. Like you will feel a bit of that because you'll be told the minuses and you can role play that out. You'll get the feel in your mind. That will be a thing. Is it doing all this stuff? No. And I mean, but you could probably host rule some of that stuff in if you really wanted to. You can make that part of it. But there you go. Now, if you get the 5e, here's the problem though, dude. Here's my problem with 5e. 5e has some of that stuff in, but then it's the amount of time it eats up. Like it's all extended actions. So now your 15-minute fight is now an hour and 20 minutes or an hour and 30 minutes. So the second you tell me it takes that much time to do something, you got to reshape what you're doing. That's it. Whatever you've done is not a benefit to combat at all. And it won't feel that way because it takes too long. So feeling will be completely gone. You'll have eliminated feeling. It won't matter if you've done stuns or knockbacks or anything. The second a fight is taken too long because of that, all feeling will go away. And it kills it. It kills the game. It completely kills the game. See, you can get away with it in Rollmaster because stunts and knockbacks can still lead to one-hit kills, right? So combat can be very fast because it's so dangerous. In a game like 5e or any game with too many hit points or too much soaking, it's hard to add some of this stuff because you keep prolonging the combat. And the more you prolong the combat, the more you kill the combat. You kill the feel, you kill the experience. So I tell guys out there, don't assume something is good. You got to make sure it is actually good. So Rollmaster exception because combat's still quick, right? The second you apply most of that to a lot of combat systems around Velo, you have destroyed the game. So I would actually counter you and say you're completely wrong on some games. The second you apply that to a lot of games, because it becomes additional actions, and it really does, and it prolongs things, and there's too many hit points and too much soaking. So knockback and all that has to be simplified, extremely simplified. And it has to be, you have to consider a lot of things into it. You have to consider how many hit points, how much soaking, how long is it going to take to apply all these ideas, because ideas are only great if they feel good. Like, so if the 20-minute fight turns into an hour and a half, you're done. Your fight is shit. Your combat's shit. Your combat's trash, even with every element you just talked about. No good. Fucking throw that combat in the garbage. Find the garbage bin, take whatever book has that in it, and toss it in. So these are great ideas only if applied well into the game properly. So ideas can be great if they're applied well, if they feel right. It's like gunplay. Some games, the gunplay sucks, right? It's almost to the point of, I don't care how diddly it is, it's boring and slow. So when we talk about feel, I agree with you, but the real reason Rollmaster gets the feel you're talking about is because Rollmaster is quick. Rollmaster can have that stuff in it, but it can still be over really quickly. The critical damage can almost end the fight right away. Broken leg, cut off arm. Okay. That's what you mean by over. It's not like you need 2 arms cut off. 1 arm cut off is enough to say, okay, all right, we're just about done here. Right? It's the pace of combat in Rollmaster, as long as you get stuck on the charts, that makes all these things exceptional and work. Right? The second you apply them in any game, where that will now slow down things to, you do stun, okay, you do knockback, but the guy has this many hit points. That means, like, how many more rounds do I get to? You actually got to start considering that, because it could feel good for a second, but then 8 rounds later, you're just like, all right, dude, could we get rid of knockback and stun and all that shit? Could we just drop that now? And I'd be the first one to say yes, because if it takes, if the idea is it's better to carve out the hit points because there's so much prolonging the combat, that say certain things are not eating up hit points and we're prolonging, now it doesn't matter. Now all those ideas are no good to you. So the illusion of the experience, the illusion of things becomes really important. In a game like Rollmaster, again, the exception where it works is because Rollmaster is quick. Like, it's quick. Like, you can have your stun knockback, but man, you get knocked back or stun. It can lead really quickly to your death. It can, getting your arm cut off means the fight is over. Getting your fucking leg broken probably means the fight is over. So it's quick. That's why it works, and it's effectively brutal like that. Like, your leg broken, you're down, you can now die. Like, really quickly. So it's just that'd be my one pushback on you on there. These ideas become no good at certain games. So some games they're just like, no. Like, initially, they're not bad ideas. I don't want you to misunderstand what I'm saying. But it's like, how long does it take to get through that fight? In my game, you can do the knockbacks and stuns, but then there's like additional actions. It is all led to pacing its way through. So all my combat is meant to be paced really fast. So it's going to last longer than most D&D combat, but it's not going to be 5e D&D combat. I call it the middle ground. It's like, I get certain elements that go fast on purpose. Other elements, you can start playing to the details. But again, then if you stun somebody, man, the damage you can do to them afterwards is brutal. If you knock somebody back, it can lead you to more actions that it is going to make it that you can now brutalize that guy. Right. And if you do get your leg or your arm cut off or broken in my game, like, put it this way, you can definitely still like hold one leg back trying to fight. And you could definitely do a little bit more than Rollmaster, but it won't last long. So there's still a faster pace to it. A lot of games out there, the soaking up the hit points, the round after round, it would start eating up too much real lifetime. And that right away starts eating up at a feel. Your experience, the pace, the cinematic part, all starts going away. And that the worst thing is when that happens, you'll realize that's going to be a consistent problem with every combat afterwards. So not all combats are the same. You need a combat system that sort of just says, okay, I'll put in these other areas, but I got to come up with a way of still pacing things going forward. So the second you add it to the wrong one, you're dead. Some people won't like me saying that, but it's like, dude, there is a flow to combat, and if you kill flow to combat by taking too long, it's done. Now everybody says people get mad about the 5e thing. Well, you know there's still 20 hit points left on the hero that you gotta, or the monster you gotta beat off. Why would people constantly be saying that? Like it's like that's a constant complaint. To dismiss that complaint is stupid. Like almost every fucking 5e game I run into, almost every player at every table says that about 5e. Yeah, the fight is always over before it's over. I'm like, dude, people are not going to be saying that consistently the way they do if that's not an issue for them. So it kills the fun. It kills the cinematic. It kills the feel. Now, I'm not saying you know that philo about, say, 5e. And there's some other games that can be the same way. They can eat up too much damage. World of Darkness got this right. I do like how they start balancing it out. There's a little bit of soak, but it's so easy to lose your soak advantages in combat, and most likely will happen that combat starts to speed up really quick after like round 1 and 2, which is good. It still can be prolonged, but it will speed up the combat. So there is a counting of that, right? So when you add things, you got to consider every other element you put in the game. It's like I say to the 5e guys, okay, you can have this and this, but you know how you move here, you stop, you attack, and then you move here, and then you do something, then you move here. They're like, yeah. I'm like, you have to eliminate all that. Like you just, like in my game, it's move, action, over. Well, I can still move 20. No, you can't. You can't. Not in my game. That's not part of the rules. Like you can move 60 yards, right? Yeah. Well, you move 40 yards, right? Yeah. And then you attacked, right? Round's over. You took your action points at 40 yards, right? Yep. It's over. Well, don't I have 20 yards left to go? Nope. That will get eaten up in the time that you're doing your action. Well, why can't I just like move? Well, then I should move 60 yards. Then move 60 yards and then take your action. Well, that might be unrealistic. Well, there's a gaming element. I don't care. See, that is the right game designer move right there. Is to go, I want to be so realistic, but I will say fuck it for the experience and the speed of the game. And I'll be unforgiving. Well, boom, I'm just unforgiving. When it gets to the game, well, if I moved 80 or 60 yards, I could just do all the same actions. Yeah. But I only move 40 yards to do the same actions. Why can't I just move another 20 yards? Well, that's the gaming aspect of it. You can't just move and then move and then move in my game. And I'm just with the Neo TTRPG system, I just said to myself, I want to be so far realistic to a degree, but then I want to marry the fact that it is a game and not be ashamed of that. And understand I don't need to be perfect, nor just a game, because it is the illusion of the feel of real. That's more important than getting it right, and then giving you slow combat that sucks. Right? So I just I'm very unforgiving about the game being important. I'm like, it's everything is important in some way. Social interaction is important. So social interaction is performance. That's the bit we do from, like, say, acting. Performance is important. You've got to have that part of the game, social interaction. Character development, that's a piece, the bit we take from story, bits we take from storytelling. That's one of them. I don't mind that. That has to be played in. There's effectiveness for that. Then when we get to the parts where we're doing combat, well, it's a bit of a game. We can take the game elements and apply it, and we're not ashamed that this is a game. And so it's okay to bend in certain areas. And the second you bend, the game gets better. When you finally get away from this needing to have perfect simulation, the game gets better. That's what you figure out. So the idea of the illusion of real, the feel of it, like, I want you to feel like you're shooting the gun, even if it's not perfect simulation. I want you to feel like it is. Not that every rule is just boom. It just doesn't feel like you're shooting a gun to get. Yeah. Is the game fast enough that you're not feeling like you're in combat forever? Yeah. Okay. I want to I don't want to be ashamed of the fact that we're playing a game, not doing a drama class. So I don't need the totality. So when you say not a game, I push back on you to the extreme. I'm not in drama class, dude, and I'm not a storyteller. So we use these elements. And I do want, it is okay that we're in a game, but it's also okay that, and I think the illusion of the real, the illusion is actually better than what other people would suggest over it. Because many people would put actions into the game that will slow down combat and kill the illusion of the feel. And the second you say that's more important, that's better for a game, there's no difference in opinion here. You're wrong. There's no debate. You're just wrong. And I guarantee the illusion of the feel will feel better, not just to you, but to everyone. So if it takes you an hour and a half to do combat because you're doing too many extra actions, compared to, say, 30 minutes in the other way around, but 30 minutes is still getting you the illusion, the feel of shooting guns and doing everything, the 30 minutes will be better. Not a debate, not a difference in opinions, just factually, it's better. So to me, I don't mind some elements, though it's how we go about getting to the real that's important to me. Like, some people out there might want exact rules to get to the real. I'm like, no. I think the feel is more important. I think you can get that. And I think some elements just don't take away from the feel. So there are some gaming elements I just don't, if it doesn't take away from the feel of real, it's okay. So that becomes okay. Again, I lean back to your roll master. Your roll master works on that stuff because it is fast. But most games out there, unless they adjust, might be harmed by starting to add more actions. Right? You then have to consider roll master is doing it right because it's so fast. If you're not getting stuck reading charts, and what happens when you're stuck in roll master reading charts going into the book, the slowness is what's judged even by people like yourself that likes roll master. So even you recognize the slow down to the combat has to be sped up by better access to the charts. Right? So it's everyone acknowledges speeding up combat becomes the important element. So it's like, I get you. I get the concept of putting these things in, but the feel is always going to be more important. Sadly, there's just so many games out there that are not made to have these things in properly, or they're not simplified in the way that works. What I do is just try to simplify everything in. So it's like, how do you get a stun? Well, I don't want there to be a stun move. I just want stun to be like, are you going to hit for the head? You could be stunned. That's a cold shot. You're going to do knockback. Well, I'm not worried about putting a knockback action in as much as I'm going to say you're using a blunt weapon. Well, you do, all right, there's a chance of knockback under these conditions. Could you just push somebody? Of course you could. But I want these things to be played in a more natural way. So then the damage to the head is going to happen and you get stunned. Or the damage from the club is still going to happen and you're getting knocked back. Sometimes the damage will be cut down for stun. In other cases, I'm just like, no, don't. You're prolonged combat, don't do that. Or if you're going to be stunned, what does that mean in the game? Usually it's like a -1. I'm like, does that mean you could do more? Well, it varies. I'm like, dude, are we spending extra rounds doing this shit? Yeah. Okay, no, can't do that. That's that part. Again, there. I'm going to leave that alone. I've had so many discussions with game designers over the years where, especially on Dragon's Foot, because I talked to some of the guys on there, that it comes down to feel, and they end up agreeing with me. I think I'm right. I'm just right on that. Combat has to be sped up to a certain point. You got to be okay with the gaming aspect, because every time you go into a game where a lot of games where nerds have gotten their way with all the details, the combat shit. And people are like, well, why? I'm like, it's because all the details slow the combat down. It's like changing the rounds from 1 minute to 6 seconds. The second you do, more actions can be done. All right, sounds cool, right? Until you realize how many actions can be done. Now you can do that many actions in the round. Holy shit, takes that to get done from player to player to player. Next round, all these actions again. Next thing you know, you go from 20-minute combat scene to an hour and a half to 2 hours. And one of the common complaints again with 5e is, and it's just true, a lot of times the fights are clearly over before they're over. There's no big comeback from the enemy. It is, okay, we got another 20 minutes or 30 or 40 minutes, and we're going to win. It's just we got to take care of the rest. That kills. Or I've seen in games even like World of Darkness, if the soaking doesn't go down fast enough, the combat can get really actually long. That's why soaking limitation should be there. I wouldn't just put it to wounds. I like that soaking can only take up so much. So I don't mind soaking, but soaking there has to be a limitation on it, right? Pendragon is extremely dangerous, but it also shows you that in storytelling, combat is meant to be dangerous, not lasting. So in actual storytelling, D&D is so opposed to real storytelling. The idea of your storytelling. Yeah. I mean, unless you think that all Dungeons and Dragons fights are like Dragon Ball Z. You don't need that. So actually, quick combat's always more realistic. And to resist most damage, that's why you'll hear people criticize other games. You're playing superheroes in that game. Well, you're not, but the reason it will come across like that is because most of the time, to last that long taking so many hits means you're almost superhuman. At least that's what they say. Right? It's not exactly true. Because I tell old school D&D guys, you're somewhat right, but you're somewhat wrong. They'll be like, what do you mean? I'm like, okay, so you would be mad in a 5e D&D fight if they went, say, like 8 rounds punching each other, right? Yeah, it would take too long. That's unrealistic. I'm like, okay, check out this UFC fight. And they watch it, and I'm like, well, it's how many minutes per round? 1 minute, say in old school. I said, how many minutes in say the UFC fight round? in these fights. 3 minutes to 5 minutes. Okay, you see that fight where the guys just punch each other in the face of a fucking 100 and 200 times each with no gloves on. You want to see some dirty shit in the old school UFC, or they get up to the point where they have these small gloves. So it's just like, man, humans can take a lot of damage, but it depends on what kind of damage. And so combat can never be perfect. I just go and lean the gamey thing, and I worry about the illusion. But there, we talked. That's 3 hours on combat. Doesn't mean I'm leaving. But that's a lot of combat talk. I don't know what people are expecting to hear when you say you're going to talk about combat and tabletop role-playing games. It's all very basic shit. It really is. There's only so much, like soaking up damage talk. Like it's a minimal conversation. It really depends on what people are mentioning. So I think I covered most details pretty well, as well as you could. And that's slightly over an hour. That's almost like an hour and a half of just straight combat talk. Oh no, I'm not into the 5e stuff. That's a 5e take long rest. I don't mind gaming stuff, but that's MMO gaming stuff. So no. Like now you're talking like you're it's going too unrealistic. Do I think access, like, am I against the idea of healing through magic or magical means or speeding up some healing process in a D&D game? I'm not against it, right? But I'm still someone who just doesn't accept that you go back, eat some food, lay down, next morning you're completely fine. Do I, if I were to say to D&D people, healing frequently isn't too bad, but it's how you go about doing it. Dude, there's lots of interesting ways to bring healing into the picture. First off, accept that you're exceptional characters. You can meet a cleric. Like, I remember I had a thing called like healing pills in the game. I call them healing pills. But clerics can get a certain plant through herbalist, and they could make these magical pills that would do minor bits of healing, right? Yeah, that's where I'm okay with it. Some games I actually think healing is not good, because actually I think the game should be like, I like the idea of not being able to heal in Traveler right away, because you're not even meant to be in combat that much. You should go back to try to heal over a period of time, and you should have to walk around with your limp or whatever. I don't mind that. So in that game where combat isn't a major focus at all, that's okay. I would say the same thing about Bushido and Legend of the Five Rings. Yeah, it's completely video game logic. Now, here's what I'd say. I find it like Baldur's Gate 3 showed you that 5e is a great video game. For the video game purpose, totally made sense. I played Baldur's Gate 3. I'm not a fan of 5e. I ran 5e. I'm not a fan of 5e. 5e, the video game, works better than 5e, the tabletop role-playing game. Because it's the Baldur's Gate 3, it should be a curse. Should be something where it's hurt 5e, because it shows people that it is as shallow as most people have criticized it to be. That's what Baldur's Gate 3 proves. Everyone said it's a video game. No, it's not. Baldur's Gate 3 comes up. Yes, it is. Traveling campaigns to watch. I hear you. See, I don't know who runs what most of the time on here. And then even if I tell you that, it's like, how do people run most of the stuff? I don't get. I can tell you how it goes, and I always hope people can find people that want to try something out. And then if I tell you something accurately about the game, just you and your people go fucking apply it properly. And the idea of watching other people play the game, like Miles, I get that. I guess you like doing that with maybe painting figurines. I can barely handle watching actual plays, even when guys, when people consider it good, because I'm like I'll notice things that bother me right away, like with Mercer's game. I'd watch for a second just because everyone's going to drill to check it out, and I realized like, man, they spend so much time speaking out loud to perform for me watching that you sort of start feeling like how deep in their imagination are they and how good is the experience for them. Like I'd be happy too if you paid me that much money to get on and improvise as an actor for an audience watching. But how much fun is that if I'm constantly thinking about what to say out loud to entertain people? Because I know what a game is like. For players, I want them to get lost in their imagination as they listen and imagine and only speak when they have to. Right? Well, see, I'm not even judging that. It's just like I almost I'll be more impressed if the actual play, not even impressed watching because I just find them boring, but I'll be more impressed if the actual play is boring as far as being an onlooker. But I realize it's boring because the players are all focused and the experience is about them, not about me watching. Because the second I know they are having a good time, and trust me, it's not going to, if you're more in your mind, you're not going to be constantly speaking out loud to entertain me. So automatically, a good session in most cases should not sound that appealing to me, the onlooker. You should be in your mind, in your imagination, and only speaking in character when it's necessary. There should only be parts where you're talking to an NPC that could be interesting for me to watch, but still elements and parts of the game where you're not talking, where it's boring for me to watch, but I'll know you are thinking in your mind, having a good time. That's a real session. The sessions are about who participates, and it's not about performing for people watching. It's not saying all parts will be boring for the onlooker, but a good portion of the game session should seem a little dry and boring to you because you're not inside the mind of the player. They're excited. They're linked over the table, imagining they're inside of a world inside. They picture things you're not picturing. It's all directed at them. They are inside their mind, inside their imagination. I guarantee, because you are not participating, it will not come across to you that way. You will not be inside your mind going through the same thing. Right? You will not be going through what they go through. Parts where they're talking to some people might seem interesting, but there should be many parts that seem dead boring to the onlooker. That's a good session. You're almost guaranteed it is, because that means they're, especially if players are focused. They're not on their phones, they're focused, but they're not saying much. They're not saying much. Well, that's a little boring for you watching, but the reason they're not saying much is because they're going through a part where the DM is explaining something to them, or one player is talking and the others are just listening in, imagining. They're in the scene, right? A lot of role playing is happening almost without them even acknowledging it out loud. Like there's stuff going on in their minds you can't imagine. The participants should be having a good time. So the second I know you're performing for me, the onlooker, I'm not impressed with your gaming sessions anymore. I'm like, all right, they're not playing a normal game. Click. It bores me, not even though they're trying to entertain me. I'm bored right away knowing that that's the aim and not their personal experience. The game is not made for the onlooker, for the person listening in. It is made only for the people participating in the session. Right? No, I get what you're saying. I just said you like watching it to paint minis. I find them personally boring. Like I just choose other entertainment, my dude. That's all I'm saying to you. I'll just choose other entertainment, right? It's just it's nothing personal. That's where it is. I don't choose to come on here and try to entertain people and stuff. And that way, I want I want to entertain people, but I want also what I'm saying to be effective for them in their gaming. That's really important to me. That what I say to you is effective to improve what you're doing or how you think about the game or answering questions. Uh, the part of entertaining people with that part is I'm not interested in doing that. So, and I'm not interested. The other thing is I'm not interested. Here's what I don't like. Here's where I know why I don't like actual plays in audiences on here. Because I'll watch an actual play for a second where I know that DM, that game master is doing a great job. I know those players are having a hot fucking session. The audience will deem those as some of the worst actual plays they're seeing. I'm like, so basically, some of the best games with some of the best game masters out there, because it's not meant to appeal to the onlooker and looks like shit. The onlooker is judging those good sessions as bad, and ones where the participants are not in their imagination and not having that time and performing the worst sessions, ironically, are all being judged as the better ones. I'm like, if you were at home taking part in a session, you would not want to do what you're seeing done in the actual play to perform for you. That would be boring. You would not want to be doing that. You want to be in your imagination linked over. So basically, I've noticed the audience doesn't know what a good session is, the majority. They judge some of the best sessions I see as horrible, and they judge some of the most horrible sessions I see, because I know that would not be fun at your home game, as good. And I'm like, it'd be nice at the very least, regardless to how the audience judge, if they understood that the one they're saying sucks is actually the best. It'd be nice if they understood that. That would be fucking fantastic. Do you understand the one that seems boring to you is probably the best one you're seeing, and the one that's most entertaining to you is one that you would never ever fucking want to do at home? In some cases, that could be it. I'm not saying that's even the case, but I just noticed I'll go there and I'll watch. And it doesn't mean every fucking nobody getting viewed is great, but it means I'll go to ones where it's like, okay, because I spent some time just cycling through them to see what some of the ones that get no action suck. No, there's a lot of shitty ones out there. Then there's other ones that suck. Not as far as I get they're entertaining for the onlooker. 1 second. I get they're entertaining for the onlooker, but they suck when you think about them as you trying to do that at your table. That would be no good to you, right? Like what you're seeing might be entertaining because they're at this moment they're being actors improvising for you, but they're improvising for you, not themselves. They're trying to entertain you and not concerned about their own experience, when the entire point of a tabletop role-playing game is not to entertain you watching. It is only for the people participating in their entertainment. So basically, you're trying to be entertained when the gaming session is only made for the people involved to be entertained. Like, do you understand that, Miles? Like, you're watching to be entertained, but in reality, the only requirement for a gaming session is that the people you see playing are entertained, not you. Right? So it's only for them, not for you. And I watch this. So ones where it seems entertaining to people a lot of times, you could tell they're not that deeply involved. They're all performing for you. So their own entertainment is secondary. That's not a proper gaming session. That's backwards. And you would never want to do that in your home game. Not in your private game, which is majority games. You would never want to do that. That would suck. You're not an actor. Performing for an audience that's not even watching you would be meaningless. So to copy what you're seeing would be dumb. All right, you don't get an audience watching you. Don't play that way. Right? And then you get to the more boring sessions. 80 to 90% are going to suck. Just, I'm being honest. That's my personal opinion. Even the ones that were the quiet and not saying much, a lot of them suck. Well, that's usually what you're meant to be doing. But I got to be honest with you, Miles. A lot of them are still people trying to perform for you. Like 80% are still trying to do what Matt Mercer does with his group. Here's the issue. It's the 20% that you're really looking for where that happens. So you got to have some nuance and complex thinking. So don't think everybody who's at the low end is just what you're looking for. It's like 20% is what you're looking for. There is an 80%, like, just think most people that are doing actual plays, sadly, are not the people, though it's still quite a few. See, that 20% still makes up a lot of people. So there's a lot of actual plays that are just people playing the game the way you should. Some of them are good. Some of them are okay. Some of them are bad. Some of them, a few of those are really good. Out of the 20%. And there's 80% of the lower viewership that is failed versions of Mercer. Just being real with you. Like 80% of actual plays are failed versions of Mercer. There are people trying to do it. They're just not that good. And it's an overkill. It's an overkill. Everyone is just throwing shit at the wall, trying to see if they can be the next hit. But people are only going to watch so many of them. So there's some games that are doing out of the 80% that might even be okay compared to, like, say, the Matt Mercer stuff. But they're still getting lower viewership. That means nothing. Because it's swamped. It means there's too many and there's not enough audience. Like, the audience does not want to spread out to that many. They had their 2 or 3 favorite. That's it. That's it. Right? That's it. So that's a problem. So out of the 80% out there are trying to be Matt Mercer, 2% of them are actually okay, I would say. But they're all trying to perform for the camera. They're just not good. They're just not good. And I would almost tell them, if you're trying to make money off this, stop. just go play the game for fun, man. Turn the cameras off and go play for fun. Most people don't want to play on camera. Most people won't enjoy playing on camera. That's the truth, Miles. Like, you want to be entertained, but most, like, my players love playing the game. They think I'm a great game. They think all this stuff. They don't want the pressure of you watching. Now, some are okay, but even at the game shop, we keep our distance. Like, I have to ask permission to go. Like, I tell you guys, I'm in communities. I still have to ask the game master permission to go over and watch. And even the exception with me going over to watch is most players will know me there, and it's okay that I watch because they don't feel judged. The pressure from me watching is not the same. So they're okay with it. But people do not like to be watched playing the game. They're there for their own participation, like their own experience. So the idea that they need to be, like, the pressure from needing to be on a YouTube stream is something they just don't want. They're just like, look, I'm not an actor. I don't want to fucking. I'm here to play the game, man. You want to be live on the stream? No. I'm here so I can have a good time playing a game. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't have a YouTube channel. I don't want to be on a fucking stream. I want to play the game. Okay, dude. I totally understand. I asked the World Darkness guys. They like dressing up. They still didn't want to go on cam. It's like, you guys want to go on cam? Oh. And it wasn't just me and my issues on here. Some didn't care about that, to be honest. But they still said, like, dude, look, I'm here for me. Right? So I totally get that. Most people are just here for themselves. And almost everybody, even the guys that play normal, I hate to say it, if you privately talk to them, I'm like, you're playing like normal games, right? Yeah. Even though you say you're just here for fun, right? On the real. Are you hoping for big viewership? Yeah. I see. Almost everybody, Miles, that says they're here on YouTube for fun are lying to you. Almost everybody. I'd say 99.9%. Nobody is just here for fun. I haven't met the person. Honestly, everybody. And they might give up after a while. They might not take YouTube serious after a while. But is there a time period where everybody is coming here, putting out content, hoping that the shit they threw at the wall hits? Some guys don't even understand that. Like, if I just run my session on YouTube, would it be like Matt Mercer? They're just not that wise. They don't know their normal session gameplay is not what people are looking for. Almost everybody. And so be really careful when you hear people say stuff like that, right? A lot of people on here make claims about like, I'm only here for fun. I'm like, yeah, I'm like, you got a scheduled stream? Yeah. I see. You making sure you're announcing to your audience. How do you talk to your audience? Oh, your fans? You got 80 people following you? Okay. I hate to call people out, but it's just so fucking true. It's just so fucking true. So fucking true. You want to know why most people say they want to have only fun here, Miles? They're scared of failing. What do I mean? If they say they're here to grow and they don't grow, that means they failed. That's the way they'll take it in. That's the way they think you'll think of it too. If they say they're only here for fun, then they're not failing. They're just here for fun. Dude. So I never buy that. I've talked to too many people on YouTube over the years that once you privately talk to them and you get down to it and you see their actions tell you a lot more than what people will say aloud. I'm like, you're just here for fun, right? Okay, so why are you doing this? Because if you're here for fun, you don't need to schedule nothing. If you're here for fun, everything you do should be somewhat infrequent. Like your actions should line up with someone who's only here to have a good time. Your actions should never line up with someone who's trying to grow on YouTube. Growth should be a byproduct if you're only here for fun. And so it's just so many people are full of shit. So even the guys that seem to have low count, trust me, that's not their intent. It's just there's only so much audience. And most people aren't the most shit. And our nerds from new school to old school are picky in a way that most it's just not true of most other parts of YouTube. So it's even hard to get it. Like people like in the tabletop role-playing game hobby, they'll go get advice from other parts of YouTube, bigger YouTubers, and listen to them. And they come back here and they try to do what the other bigger YouTubers are doing, and it doesn't work. I'm like, I don't get why is it not working. Because the rest of YouTube has an audience that acts like a normal audience. There's even the video game audience acts more like the Hollywood audience, like they act normal. It's only when you get back to this one part of YouTube where the audience acts unlike I'll judge to this day. I've been around for 15 years. I've been around I've checked out every other audience, every other group on YouTube, every other group of YouTubers you can imagine. No part of YouTube acts like this. None. So you can't pretend it's when people say, "Oh, other parts of no, it's not. Sorry, no, it's not. The video game, no, it's no. Audience is different there. Hollywood, no, it's not. this audience acts in a unique way where most things that work for every other fucking YouTuber, every other part of YouTube does not work here. Especially, and it's one thing to see a bit of that in the new school. New school does have a little bit more regular performance. It's the old school where I'm at that really is fucked up on performance. Like it's like coming to a bingo hall. Ever heard the word Karen? We have a community of Karens. So imagine it's like one thing to run into like one person that acts like the Karen type of mindset. Imagine when you run into like 10,000 Karens that are all hanging out together and they're all. That's what it's like here, baby. It's almost impossible. I criticize a bit, but they don't appreciate anything. So I don't know. I've just gotten used to how that works. I don't get like I'm not bothered by it, but it's just how it works here. Controlling, very controlling. Like if you go to like Matt Colville, I use him as an example all the time because I do look at his path and I like it. I go, well, let's see. He has over 1 million people following him. The majority of his audience disagrees with 30% of what he says. And they agree with 70% of what he says. And they still follow him and support him. And it has nothing to do with his previous fame or anything. It's because he talks to new school people, mostly. But he has a good portion of old school people that don't watch old school stuff, ironically. Right? But they'll disagree with like 30% of what he says and still follow him. And the just old school audience, if they disagree with 5%, if not less of what you say, there goes their support. I mean, en masse. And it won't matter if you have talent most of the time. If other people if other YouTubers will take a knock at you, the audience will take a shallow advantage of that. But if other YouTubers are fair with you, the audience will feel pressure to be fair with you. So it really comes down to the old school YouTubers have a lot more influence over their audience, over their echo chamber audience than they realize. They have powerful influence. So if one's doing streams about you and others are talking shit about you, sadly, the audience right away goes, yeah, I disagree with him on like 2 things he said, so I'll fucking jump on that bandwagon and hate him. But the second the other YouTubers are fair with you, the audience there feels pressure to be fair with you. So the YouTubers have major, major sway. And I knew this 7 years ago when they started attacking me, how much sway they had. And they didn't realize it. They would say things like, well, it's just because we say some shit doesn't mean everyone's going to turn on you. Yeah, that's actually how it goes. That's exactly what happens. I lost the audience I was gaining from it. They start fucking unsubbing. I start getting attacked and strikes and losing my YouTube channels all over the YouTubers simply saying shit about me. You live in a Karenocracy in Norway. I just made some people flee through the stream because I have hate viewers. Oh, Philo, poor people. I feel sorry for them. But I'm here for a while. So combat, there you go. I like combat. I like the Karenocracy thing is funny. I like detailed combat, but I hate boring D&D combat. I hate combat in most games. 5e combat is so awful that I've seen. I don't want to criticize one guy. I don't want to attack his game because I have no issues with this game personally. But soak damage and one-on-one, for people that tell me, like guys that like hero games, I'm like, they'll be like, Heroes Unlimited sucks. And I'm like, dude. I get it. It doesn't copy your comic book, right? They're like, yeah. But I'm like, the combat for hero games and Heroes Unlimited is brilliant. It's brilliant. And Hero Academia would benefit from that. And any game where it combat is wrong, like takes too much in the wrong way, it sucks. Uh, Heroes Unlimited combat is fucking beautiful. And they say it can be too crunchy or too long. I'm like, no, dude, not if you get into a flow. And it's way better for the hero stuff. But I've heard a guy is trying to do 5e hero stuff, and I'm like, dude, I hope it works out for him. I do, but I think it's grindy in the wrong way. I like the idea that people are rolling against each other. I like the soaking up of damage. I like that stuff. And if you can get into a good flow pace and you describe things well, the combat actually kicks ass. So that's one thing I'm sad to see that combat not be the one considered more for hero games, because I think that handles combat way better for hero games. Way better, way better. The Legend of the Five Rings is first, because I'm going over some of the games we talked about here. I like the idea of taking what you want, going for exploding dice, and aiming at target numbers. It balances out, doesn't guarantee, but you can often get hits. And I like the idea that it gives you that. It doesn't have the charts like Rollmaster, but it still at least leans into the idea that the whole game isn't hit, miss. The wounding factor really does make it feel like your character's being graded down by damage. So you actually feel that damage to the character's body is actually slowing him down. And you might not always get all the details, but the feel is very important. And I find you do feel it with that game. Like you're like, man, I've been fucking cut down. Like, man, my guy's getting like a lot of damage done to him. There is a feel. There is an actual feel. Like it actually feels cool that you're barely standing at one point, blood all over you, and you can just imagine it. And you don't always have to have all the details given to you, but it's cool to imagine you're in a sword fight where you've been cut up, you cut the other guy up, and you're both parties will feel like they're fucking bleeding, slashed open, and you're going to go for the fucking kill. Right? There is an awesome samurai feel to that, where if you tell me that that's not cool because it doesn't have certain features in it, I would say you're a small-minded nerd who's really lost the grip on everything. And that there's game elements where sometimes not everything has to be put in there for a game to have its own cool feel for different reasons. Right? And Legend of the Five Rings does it really well. I'll see if I'm being screamed at or people are unhappy with me. Checking something. Yeah. I don't mind people being fair-minded, even if they don't understand the exact conversation. There can be some fairness there, my friend. I had a comment come at me about the story thing. I know it pissed off a lot of people with the story stuff. It's because they're not trying to understand where I'm coming from with the entire thing, which makes sense. It's like they're mad at me for all really, really bad reasons. 1 second. See, in off script, I tell the audience, if I come at it with a topic, I might say some details out loud, but it's only going to be interesting if people really want to interact with it too much, right? It's like, sorry guys, I can't make it more interesting than it is. Let's see. The actual plays I'm not too hot on. It's like, look, I don't know what people expect when they come to me. I'm doing tabletop role playing game content. The door is always open to shoot the shit, but I don't talk about war. I'm not going to talk about Star Trek episodes. I'm not going to talk about fighting out at a bar. It's just not my thing. I can somewhat see why, but because I disagree with you on one thing wouldn't mean I'm angry. Oh, I'm not personally talking about you, but I can appreciate your new school, Miles. It's why we disagree and you keep coming back and talking to me. This is what I meant about the old school audience. Like if they disagree with me like one or two things, they're fucking gone, right? It's old school, new school audience is used to just like Matt Colville. There's like I know guys that are new school that will disagree with him on quite a few things, but the fact that they agree with him on 70% of things makes them happy with him. Like that's good enough. That's good enough to get their support. Like he doesn't need to be perfect, right? Uh, it's like one guy just let me read over a comment I just got. Maybe that's just something I should give a little attention to if I can just get the fucking link. It's like on the storytelling stuff. I'll get to that in a second. People think I'm just so like it's like automatically I'm opposed to it. I'm like, no, no. Like a storyline playing out. It's the way people see things. Like one guy will say, I'm running a game where a storyline is playing out, but if I railroad people towards it, I can see how that gets boring. It's not a storyline. Oh, let me see. I want to explain it so people don't take it as a misunderstanding. If we're storytelling, right? So storyline is okay, but we're not storytelling. What I mean is, a tabletop role playing game isn't just a board game, isn't just a drama class, isn't just storytelling. It's a game that is unique from all three, that borrows elements from all three. So part of the game is performing in character, talking in character, right? That's drama class acting. You're not acting the entire time. Not every aspect of what you're doing is acting. So the entire session is not a drama class and you're not doing overall acting, right? It is a bit of performance, but overall you're not acting. No, neither do I. Like I have no problem, and I don't demand that people agree with me. But I also want people to know what they're disagreeing with or what they're agreeing with. It's like that's another thing. It's bad communication when people, or not bad communication. I can do good communication, but if people just don't want to even try to understand me, sometimes, like I look at how I'm communicating something and then how people are taking it into. So fault can be on both sides. Sometimes you can be communicating something really well, but people are selective in their way of taking in what you're saying. But so when we do a little bit of social interaction, it's a little bit of social interaction, and there's elements of, okay, you're saying this to get into a place, or you're rolling dice on a charisma check if you're unsure about things. So it's like elements of acting being used as part of a game, right? So it's elements. Overall, you're not going to be doing talking in character the entire time. A lot of your actions are going to be rolling dice, doing stuff like that for attacks, for skill use, shit like this. So it's a game, not a full drama class. So that's the drama, that's the performance part that comes from acting. Part. We're not storytelling with D&D, for example, because you can freely say what you want in the random case. There's no controlled factor. Storytelling is a controlled factor. We use elements of storytelling like character development. With the bit of acting we're doing, with some other things in combination, we're looking to develop the character, right? And that's through creating a bit of a narrative for the character. That's just an element from storytelling. Not every part of what we're doing is storytelling, because sometimes we're just doing to do the skill to get a hit with the character, to get an experience point, go in a fight to get to the treasure, right? That's a game element. But what are we doing with the character development? That's a piece of what it is to be telling a story, but not the entire thing. We give freedom to players so they have control. They have player agency over something, which agency would not be given in a storytelling role. Agency to do what you want. Like if you're storytelling for a purpose or towards something, you stick on the path. You're not freely able to stretch outside of that, right? That's a railroad. A railroad is pure storytelling, right? That it's sort of a form of storytelling. We're sandboxing is what we're doing. And even railroading with the game elements, if you're not railroading towards narrative, which you're not always doing in D&D, you're railroading towards game elements, like going into the fight, going after a certain thing. That's not exactly storytelling either, right? So we're using bits of storytelling. Character development would be one. Why do we do character development? To connect to the character so we can have a certain experience in the gaming session, feel like we're in character, in a world, connected to the character, caring about what's going to happen next to the character. That's a bit of it. Then we get to things like, again, using the skills, going around places, going into combat. That can be elements of board game play. It's not a full board game because at parts we're talking in character. That's not board game play. At parts we're looking how we develop the character in other ways, like who the character is. So some of the acting is not just about developing the character. It is actually about getting the guard to get out of your way so you can get across the thing. There's no aim to character development there. Some of the character development will matter. Who is the character? What's the character about? Asking these questions can be important. They're not always important in every game. And actually, most of D&D editions doesn't even concern itself with this. So sometimes that can be forced in. And that's an important part of storytelling, but it's not always an element we force in. And then we get to the board gaming part. Now, it's not even a full board game because we're doing all these other elements too. So what we're doing, we're taking elements from drama class, elements from storytelling, elements from board gaming, and we put it together in a package, and that becomes a tabletop role-playing game. The second you say this is storytelling, you have pigeonholed that into something it's not. Storytelling is its own unique thing, right? It's not drama class. The second you say act like this is drama class, okay, you just pigeonholed the tabletop role-playing game into something it's not. If you say this is nothing but a board game, you've just pigeonholed this game into something it's not. It's taking elements here, here, and here, bring it together, and the combination creates a weird thing. That you go around fighting like it's a board game, but you also got to talk your way into places, right? Through performance. And sometimes that performance could get you better relationships, not just into a place. And then who your character is can matter to these things, because knowing who your character is makes it a lot easier to understand what you might say with them, right? For the sake of performance, for the sake of how they would get into a place. You might even put limitations on yourself. These limitations aren't to do with storytelling. They're about challenging yourself, a layer of challenge in a game. And so you're not really storytelling at all. And storytelling, look, the outcome of the story emerging from the game. Some sessions, you can go in and do some great things that you're going to have a lot of fun doing. Say you're someone who opens a business with your character, right? And you got to do a lot of tedious things. Go around hiring people, you have fun, you have fun. But at the end of the day, the outcome for the story that emerges from that gaming session is boring. But it doesn't matter. It's not about the story emerging. That's not the focus. It's not about telling a story. It's about your experience in the gaming session. That's what these games are about. You escaping from the real world. It's your experience. That's all this game is about. Your experience in the live gaming session. Like what comes after the session means nothing. The second you say the story is the focus, well, then you put the session, the experience you have participating in the game, on the back burner. It's not. Right? And it's, look, on the sessions where you do some exciting things and from it an interesting story emerges, that's great. But it's like going for a walk. I go for the walk to be healthy. Right? I go for my own health. I go for alternative reasons. But if on the walk some interesting things happen, that's great, because at the end of that walk, an interesting story can emerge. That's not the purpose of the walk. If I go for a walk where it's about me, it's about my health, it's about that. That's the concern, and nothing much happens. Okay, that could be a boring, nothing story. No good story emerges. Or I go on the walk, and it's for my own health, but a few minor things happen that I find personally very interesting. But still, if I were to tell a story about it, you'd be bored. The story that emerges from my walk is boring. Doesn't matter. I'm the one who enjoyed the walk. It's about my experience and my health. When you play a gaming session, it's about how you take it in and how you feel in the moment. When you're in the character and you're being told something and you're excited about what to say with the character, about the action coming up, that's what this is about. And that means whatever happens, like if you have a great session and at the end it's a boring story, it doesn't matter. The whole concern was your experience. And so I say, it's not that story doesn't matter to a point, but at the same time it doesn't. And we're putting random stuff up in front of characters. Like, look, I might say there's a bad guy at the end that you might have to deal with at some point. I'm not going to railroad you to him, but he could be a guy that if you ignore without your freely choosing to deal with him, well, random events will happen that you won't be happy with. So I hope that you choose to, but I won't choose to railroad towards it. I might say that you could go deal with this or you could go deal with that, but I won't know how you're going to, and I can't predict it. I have no control. I wouldn't even have any control about how I decide to react with things. I can sort of plan it, but that might change. And so I can't really tell the story. I can't predict what will happen when you get there. I can't predict what you're going to do. I can't predict what I'll decide to do with the NPC, even if I wrote something down. And so I have no control from moment to moment in reality. Not when I'm freely letting you play the way you want. I have no control. And even under the attempt to control, you might do something so odd that I'm forced to break whatever control I thought I had. And so there's no predicting, no planning, no guaranteed telling of a story. Now, when you storytell, there is control. And that shows up in storytelling games. Like you go to Castle Falkenstein. Well, in D&D, you can just freely talk in character how you want. In Castle Falkenstein, you can't, because you're storytelling as a player. And the pressure on players when you're storytelling is completely different. If you start joking in a way that doesn't align with the story, I actually have to correct you. The game actually orders me to do so. Like, no, you can't freely joke that way. You got to go back to talking in character correctly. That's not what your character would say. And storytelling means I control how your character is. And I take, there's some player agency that you'll have it, but you sort of lose your freedom. You establish a character in a story, you have to justify even the change, even the gradual change. You have to justify, if there's no change, how you do something outside of character. That won't fit a story. You got to act, you got to play within character. In a D&D game, the reason there's pressure off of you that you can sort of do something a little bit random outside the character is you're not storytelling. That thing could be justified because you're playing a game. Right? And I'm not trying to win an argument. I'm trying to middle ground. Because when people argue for storytelling, they argue for extremes. Maybe 5% out of 100% of people that argue for the storytelling being important argue for reasonable things. That's not enough because the other 95% then use you as a front for getting rid of things that have nothing to do with the game and turning it into a drama class or turning it into pure storytelling. So if anybody arguing for storytelling, it just turns into poison. And what do? You also justify who opposes these elements of performance and character development. You justify their position to reject it. Oh, no, it doesn't matter what it is to you. It just is that. So your opinion doesn't matter, Miles. You can't rewrite what fucking storytelling is for the sake of winning an argument. You lose. Storytelling is this. It's not opinion, just a fact. So if I say 1 + 1 = 2, you can't say, well, 1 + 1 = 2 isn't really math to me. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? You can't say 1 + 1 equals Jello to me, Stephen. That's proper math to me. Dude, there's not a difference. I'm telling you a fact here. Yeah, haven't you studied storytelling? How can people come to the subject and be just so delusional? Like, storytelling is actually well defined. Like, there's no alternative view to storytelling. This is just storytelling as there isn't. Either you know what it is or you don't know what it is. Making it up as you fucking go. It's already been made up, dude. That's like you come and and say 1 + 1 = 2. That's not really math to me, Stephen. Well, it is fucking math, Miles. I'm sorry, dude. You don't get to make it. Jeez. I wonder how many people out there are just as terrible in their assumptions as this. I'm picking on you here, dude. So I think that's where the big issue of storytelling is. To me, it doesn't matter what it is to you. That's like trying to say 1 + 1 = 2 isn't math to you. It's already established what it is, dude. And it's not about players. It's not about DM telling players what to do. You got to understand. You misunderstood. This is flying over your head really quick, kid. It's storytelling isn't about the DM telling you what to do. It's about the fact that you have to stay in a line. And if you choose not to, for the sake of actually telling a story, it becomes that the game master has to redirect you there if you're not doing it yourself. And if you are careless at bad, like basically not telling a story right, people will call you for not just bad storytelling. That's not storytelling. How'd the character get to here? You'll hear criticism. It's not bad storytelling. That's just not character development. Right? So if you don't develop a character right, that means you haven't done it right. It's not about opinion. People will call you up for not doing it right. Right? When they say not right, they mean not right. That's actually not storytelling. So it's not a difference in opinion here, dude. It's not about the DM controlling it. It's the job as a storyteller knows they have to control themselves. So if you are participating in the story, well, dude, I mean, in reality, the DM shouldn't have to tell you that you have to stay in the line. You're storytelling. Stay in the line. But if you choose not to, you can no longer say you're storytelling. So to keep storytelling, the game master then has to tell you what you should already be doing yourself. That's what's happening there. It's not that the game master is telling you that's storytelling. It's that you are meant to stay in a line. That's storytelling. And when you curve out of it, it comes with explanations. That's storytelling. It's just some players might not understand what storytelling is. And that happens in Castle Wolfenstein. That's what I mean. So if a player doesn't understand how to be a proper storyteller, and they start like basically not storytelling properly, because there is a way to storytell, then the game master is expected to understand this and correct it. not control, correct. And if you actually are someone trying to write a story and you make these mistakes, you're not told that you wrote a bad story. You're told that you make mistakes. Like, nope, this is not storytelling. Wrong. Not a difference in opinion. Wrong. I understand storytelling. That's why I know so many people that come and disagree with me don't really know what it is. I'm like, there's not a difference in opinion here, dude. It's just you're just admitting to me you don't know what it is. There's only storytelling. Beyond that, we're using storytelling elements when we're not fully doing storytelling, which is I'm correctly stating it and you're not. It's going over your head because you're trying to win an argument, not trying to understand the truth. And modern D&D is DM players working together to make story. This is probably a new school. No, it's not a new school idea. It's just incorrect. So just got to call you out there too. So it's not a new school idea. You're still just using storytelling elements and then you're labeling it wrong. That's all you're doing. We've had people saying it's not a new school idea either. I can go back to 1981 when they talk about storytelling, collaborating with your players to tell a story, and then actually understanding it better then too. So let alone it's not a new idea at all. It's a very, very fucking old idea. Some people understood it better back in the old school and went to extremes on control, keeping players in check. Pendragon understands it way better. It's obviously the new school simply is dumb. It's not a new idea. It's just dumb. You guys are just misunderstanding what you're doing. So not being hateful here. It's being real. It's not my fault that you guys don't seem to understand these details. That's on the new school to get a better education. Like if these things have already been established, you need to better educate yourself. But there is a large portion of people in the new school that simply do not understand these things. These are not new ideas. They simply are fucking out there and they're not educated on what they say. They just make shit out of their ass. These are not new ideas. The ideas of story and collaborating has been around since, I mean, as early as I can remember 1981 that I've read it, but I mean, probably even in the 70s. I mean, you can even hear about story in 75 from theater kids that were playing it. Yes, theater kids playing it in 75. Talking about story in D&D. So, dude, hate to pick on you. Just being real. Basically, what you're not accepting is I'm just correct on the storytelling elements. You're just using elements and then you're calling it outright storytelling. But you're not storytelling. You're using storytelling elements and a story emerges. Like, this has already been described to you. You're just calling it something it's not. It's not a difference in idea. It's just got to correct you. It's just using storytelling elements and then a story emerges from what you're doing, like my walk. It's all that's happening. Like, it's all that's happening, kiddo. Sorry, I'm not trying to be hateful with you. I'm just trying to be real with you. Storytelling elements and a story emerges. This has already been explained to you. So you're just now painting, like you're painting something you've been accurately told about into something it's not. That's all you're doing. What I would have said to someone like you, if you care this much about the topic, you should have better educated yourself on the topic before you make a big scene of it and push for a big argument where you're guessing all the way through. I don't get why some people go to the public like that. I get at people like, if you're going to have a really strong take on this, you should at least go look into it a bit more. I mean, that should be something you actually concern yourself with, because then you might come out and go, it's right, we are using storytelling elements for not completely storytelling, and a story emerges. All right, yeah, that's right. That's exactly what's happening. What you're collaborating on is playing a game together and doing an adventure or whatever you're doing. So the collaboration isn't about storytelling. You are collaborating, but you're collaborating on surviving You're collaborating on getting the treasure. You're collaborating on defeating the bad guy down there. Right? But it's a game element. You're collaborating on playing a game and being successful together. That's the only collaboration that's going on, dude. But what happens is people want to bring in the storytelling thing as a justification to say, well, storytelling means we should skip character death. We should have the rule of cool to skip challenges. It doesn't matter if we play poorly as long as we push the story ahead because we're story. No. You're collaborating on being successful with characters in a game. And I'm accurate on this. What I'm saying is exactly what you're doing. Story emerges just from the activity of what you're doing. You're trying to be successful in a group with other player characters, trying to achieve something with the characters in a game. And a story can come from it. It's like, if I was going out to have a fun walk with other people, that's all it is. I'm not collaborating on a walk with them to tell a story. It's the walk. Your collaboration is to actually play a game together and be successful at the game. That's all it is. You can't win the game overall because it's whenever the game stops. That's it. Like if you're still alive and survived, you won. But really, you're just going in to succeed with characters in a game. Like that, you should be able to tell the truth without trying to make up this bullshit with a stick up your ass and trying to repaint something you're doing as something it's not. If you're playing a game together to be successful in a game, that's what you're doing. You're not fucking storytellers. Stop trying to win the argument and accept the truth. You got to be a bit more humble there, kid. Right? That's what you got to do. Become more humble. Just understand, like, there storytelling elements of what you're doing. Yes. But are you also playing a bit of a board game? Yes. Are you also doing a bit of performance, socializing, and character, which has nothing to do with storytelling, which has to do with drama class? Yes. Is the board game where you're doing fights about storytelling? No, that's the board game element. These are all elements in there to make a unique experience combo that makes up a unique game. It's what you call losing the argument. Oh, dude. I love making my point to you, though. But yeah, I'm right. You're wrong. You had to take that one. Yes, you can paint your minis. I'm not gonna ride Yoda too bad, like it. Right. But yeah, if you're gonna bother having the argument when you fucking lose, don't dismiss me. I won't keep talking to ignorant fucking people. But yes, it's a middle ground. I hope people get it one day. And the reason I'm not just talking to you about this, it's just so many people have heard the videos and they're pissed off or upset or misunderstanding. So I'm hoping some people hear the stream today and go, okay's right. And sorry, dude, if you walk into it, if you debate me and you let me use you to make a point, nothing personal. I'm not trying to do that. But yeah, it happens. So yeah, I can definitely move on. But I won't just keep talking about, is this just anybody? See what I mean when I tell people I'm not afraid of the debate? Miles is not cut off. We've had a very strong debate on this. I'm not afraid of anybody bringing it. I'm live, open. You can bring the argument to me anytime. And my people know that. My people know that if they don't agree or make it a point, they can bring it to me. And they want to most of the time. So go ahead. I'm just not afraid of debating. Oh, and to be clear, I'm not opposed to storytelling because I like Pendragon. But that's storytelling. So is Castle Polkenstein. So is Hollow Earth Expedition. So is a little bit of Legend of the Five Rings, baby. DC Heroes, Prince Valiant, right? World of Darkness is not. Even though they'll say the first storytelling game. Like, no, dude, no, it's D&D. It definitely has a bit more focus on some of the elements that D&D ignores. The character development and social interaction seems to be more of a focus. But just because you focus more on those elements doesn't mean you're doing something different than D&D. You're still going out doing combat. You're still doing the board gaming stuff. You're still doing all that. That's exact. It's exactly why Pendragon is different than World of Darkness. If World of Darkness was a storytelling game, you probably don't need Pendragon the same way. And Pendragon would not be the way it is if it would just copy World of Darkness. World of Darkness is D&D with a heavier focus on social interaction and character development than the action. That's all it is. It's D&D with a different focus, a different theme. So it's old school people misunderstanding what they were given the world. Though their character development's good, but really some of the best stuff that comes from role playing and as far as trying to tell a story is world building. Tabletop role playing games develop usually better world builders than actual storytellers can do. So Star Wars was a great example of that, where the guys who were doing tabletop role playing design ended up developing a better backstory for Star Wars, to the point where George Lucas himself starts using their work on his world, their development work, to actually do the storytelling going forward. So there is a place where we're pretty good. We're pretty good at developing certain stuff for storytelling, right? Because we use elements of storytelling, so these things become good, right? Our elements play well into the worlds we build up, right? But we're nerds. We have the reason we're better at building the worlds is because we're still building them for games as well. But still, they're just outright better. Just better work. 4 hours. So there you go. There's my there. I wanted to do action today. I've covered all kinds. I covered 7 different games and went over the soak and stuff like that, and some of the different dice and exploding dice and how you do that stuff. I hope you check that out. I hope you take something from that. Philo was interesting to talk with about some of that stuff because, that's nerdy stuff. The storytelling stuff, I just knew, even if I talked about it for a few days, I wouldn't be getting away from it because people just kept bringing it up and they kept misunderstanding. I hope today's stream, especially here at the end, makes a very strong point. Makes the point. Okay. All right, guys. I'm going to take off for now. It's been over 4 hours. Tomorrow night is members only Stargate SG-1. That's the game. And Thursday is old school D&D classics, and we're doing Unearthed Arcana. Let me go over the rest of the schedule just for you guys so you can understand what is coming up. Good stuff. Okay, so there is Unearthed Arcana, and then the weekend is going to be on July 11th starting Dragon Quest, and then on Sunday is going to be SLA Industries. So that's the weekend. Dragon Quest and SLA Industries. That's all public stuff. Thursday is Unearthed Arcana. For my members, tomorrow is Stargate SG-1, the role-playing game.